Force deploy. At store. Make forges or laugh at my misery. Alright, everything should be working as normal. I'm gonna go get a glass of water real quick. I'm AFK getting water. Did you remember to drink water today? That's important. Drink water. Fellas, is it gay to murder the Queen of England? What, in a gay way? In here. Have my water. Today, the plan for today's stream is Chapter 17, and only Chapter 17. I'm a little, lightheaded and dizzy. I don't know if it's a side effect of the new meds I started. Started some new meds about a week ago. It's supposed to help prevent migraines. Chapter 17, aka FE4, Chapter 12. Yeah. So, as I've mentioned, this is sort of the ideal chapter for force deploys, because it's the longest chapter in the game, because it's 4 chapters. You're too quiet? I'll turn my volume up. Thank you. Maybe I need to turn the game down. Is it me up or game? Oh! Wait, hold on. I know the issue. I know what the issue is. I can fix it real quick. Okay, that should be better now. I actually know what the issue is. It's a little bit annoying. Normally, I remember to fix it. So Mondays is when I have my therapy, right? It's video therapy over video call. And for some reason, the program that I do therapy in auto-adjusts my microphone on a global scale to lower the volume significantly. I don't know why, but I have to manually raise my microphone volume afterwards every single time. I don't know why. Somehow it manages, but basically the only way that I can manually adjust the microphone volume is in Audacity. Audacity, which is what I use to record audio for my video essays, has a recording level. I keep it at 72% by default. I feel like that's generally just the level I want to emphasize my volume or whatever. Sometimes I lower it or raise it if I want to, like, for a bit sound like I'm yelling, but I don't want to actually blast anyone's eardrums out. I'll, like, lower the mic level and yell the thing I'm supposed to be yelling, right? But usually I leave it at about 72%. But the whatever program it is that I use, because it's through the website, so I don't know what program it is. It's through their website, but it, like, automatically lowers the volume to 9%. And if I don't remember to manually readjust it, any recording I do is going to be a lot quieter. I ran into this issue in a video last year when I first started because I didn't know what it was, where I had to redo a bunch of audio, or, like, I think I had to manually touch up about an hour's worth of recorded audio. I should have just re-recorded it because it took more than an hour to touch it up. But yeah, it was pretty obnoxious. Hold on. Ooh, hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Ooh. me, you saving me from Oh, sorry, chat. Oh, I think I had some bad fish. Okay. I'm actually here. Is that it? Tabarn's staring at me like, girly pop, you need to start the stream. Ooh. Ooh. Let me take my sweatshirt off too. I think I'm a little hot. Ooh. Okay. Let's dive in. I've been delaying too long. Sorry about that. I'm getting some ginger ale to help my stomach, hopefully. Is that it?
Wait, there's more! It seems that Prince Raisin was able to escape Duke Tanas's villa and make his way safely to Ceritus Forest. However, we have word that Tanas's men have entered the forest in hopes of recapturing the prince. We've not a moment to waste. Oh, please, oh King of Hawks, reach out your mighty talons and strike down these wretched humans and rescue Prince Raisin. I implore your majesty, take wing at once.
Why is Naysala not here?
That, His Highness must not be seen at this time. What's going on, you old buzzard? King Kilvis is the White Prince's friend, isn't he? Well, how do I put this? It's all very complicated.
I care not for excuses. If anything happens to Raisin, blood will be spilled.
Oh no, please, there's no cause for worry. Duke Tanas treats his work of art with a delicacy so extreme that it could be called abnormal. He would never let any harm befall Prince Raisin. He probably can't even bring himself to touch him. The king told me so. It is the only reason he accepted this proposal.
Proposal?
What I mean is, Hold it. You crows set the prince up? Set up? No, not exactly. Please don't hurt me.
So that's the truth of it. Naysala treated Raisin like a piece of merchandise and sold him to a human.
No, that's not. The one you referred to as merchandise was Duke Tanas. We never.
It doesn't matter. Claiming ignorance does not grant you innocence. You treated Raisin like a trinket in a public market.
Oh dear.
If Raisin hadn't escaped on his own, then perhaps the Crow King would have rescued him when things cooled down. Regardless, Raisin trusted his friend and followed him into a trap. Naysala spit on that friendship. He's supposed to fight for his friends, not sell them. That I cannot forgive.
Your assessment of this old bird is correct. I am a worm, nothing more. But please, I beg of you, temper your outrage, let it cool. You're unbelievable. What is it with you crows anyway? Everything you do is so dirty and deceptive. Oh, we will never understand your ways. You hear me, Grey Wings? I hear you, young hawk. But our nation has its own issues. Please, this is not the time to yell at a tired old man. You must hurry to Prince Raisin's side. Once he is safe, you can punish me in any way you see fit. Tear me limb from limb if you wish. But please, go to Prince Raisin, I beg of you.
This begging is unseemly and unwanted. We would rescue Raisin regardless of this pathetic show of tears. Return to Kilvis and report these events to your accursed king. Tell him that when this is over, King Tabarn of Nexus will be paying him a visit.
Yes, your highness. I know he deserves it, but I feel bad for badgering the old coot.
Your majesty, what will we do now? Ulki, use your ears to pick out the sound of Raisin's wings, and then tell me the direction from which it comes. At once. Janaf, use your eyes to peer between the trees and find me a road.
You got it!
Human scum. If you think to replay that night from 20 years ago, you'll get no quarter from me.
Yo, that's the Super Smash Brothers line. You'll get no sympathy from me.
Wait, Neolucci's the bad guy? Yo, holy shit. Look at all these gay birds. Gay bird gaming. Engage 2. Oh, is that an engage line too? That's funny. Is that you, Soren? You're up early. Actually, I'm always awake at this time. Really? Yes. You're the one who's up earlier than normal. I wanted to finish our mission today. I think my nervous energy woke me up. I understand. These last 2 days spent searching Serenus Forest for that heron have been frustrating and fruitless. I'm sure he's in there somewhere, but I agree. And Duke Tomas's men are still hunting away. They must think the heron is there as well. The only place that can be left is the forest's heart. That's where we should go today. With luck, we may finally locate our target. I get the feeling it's going to be a long day. You'll get no quarter from me when I only have dimes and a nickel. So true, Shard. Alright. I didn't know Tanith was a servant. Commander Ike, a priest from Duke Tanas's villa insists on speaking with you. Yes? What is it? Master Mercenary, it's my understanding that you pursue Duke Tanas. I hear you're searching the Serenus Forest in hopes of catching him. And if I am? Duke Tanas' property borders the forest, and he knows much about its layout. For quite some time now, he's been sending men to the forest to look for any herons who may still live there. I see. So you're saying his troops know the forest well? I, too, have been taken into the forest. You? Why take a priest? He thought the herons would make themselves known if a priest called to them. He's also taken dozens of chaste maidens and tried having them called to the herons as well. But he didn't find any, did he? No, and yet, this time, the joy he expressed after paying such an exorbitant price for the Serenus Royal was apparent. It was not natural. The Duke has gone mad. To think that they would dare to defy the Apostle, he's damned. And yet, here you stand. You're going to tell me what you remember about the forest, even though it means you're betraying Duke Tanas, right? You read me too well. To begin with, the heart of the forest was divided into 3 large sections, maybe more. It was nearly colorless and difficult to see far. The muddy floor pulled at our feet, and progress was slow. Many of the soldiers around me were afraid that they didn't bring enough supplies. They said a person would need them if they got lost, because getting out again would be no easy task. What can you tell me about Duke Tanas's forces? There were a lot of them. He had soldiers of every type. He said that his mounted units and magic users were especially powerful. So at the very least, you should be prepared to deal with those 2 groups. Thank you. My parents, they both participated in the Serenus massacre. But they're nearing the ends of their lives now. But even now, they lie awake at night and beg the goddess for forgiveness. I became a priest in order to help my parents. Then I was assigned to work at Duke Tanas's villa. I knew of his terrible deeds, but his position as an imperial senator frightened me. I have been silent for far too long. Master Mercenary, you must rescue that Serenus youth, I beg of you. May the goddess guide your hand. Don't worry, I have no intention of letting that villain steal him from before my very eyes. Have we deployed yet? No, I'm doing the info combos right now. Here you are. We've been betting you on for a while now, so tell me something. Why are you still here? Are you pretending to be our friend so you can lance us in the back? You have to understand. I didn't know anything. I was born and raised in the Talariga region of Dane. It's a very remote area. My father was a soldier, and I grew up thinking that I, too, would one day be a soldier. A soldier to make my father proud. My life was simple. I questioned nothing, doubted nothing. Do you know the first thing we're taught in Dane schools? Subhumans are evil. Subhumans are the enemy. Subhumans must be eradicated. The army stages periodic subhuman hunts. We'll find refugees from Begnion hiding in our mountains and forests. You participated? You don't get it. That's just how things are in Dane. No one taught me the word Laguz. No one taught me that subhumans could be like this. No one cared. When I saw the bird tribes at sea, I was convinced that the teachings were true. They were inhuman monsters. But later I saw the dragons push your ship off the reef, and it confused me. What if I had been raised to believe a lie? My heart pounded at the thought of it, and my doubts only grew with time. So you decided to remain aboard in order to ascertain the truth. That's your true motive, isn't it? How did you know? I've known a lot of soldiers. Force deploy left. Oh no. The alert's lacking sound. It's still... The sound went off for me. It didn't go off for you? It's, it even showed on the volume meter is working for me. No sound for us? That's so strange. Hold on. Because my audio mixer shows the volume is... Why wouldn't it... Alert box. It's on every audio track. There's a kitty, though. There was a kitty, though. There was a kitty. Can you hear it now? I just fucked with the settings. It should be reading it out now. I'll make it bigger. Still no? What the fuck? Because I can hear it, and the audio mixer shows it as existing. Hold on, I'm gonna hit stop recording real quick. I'm gonna... listen to... I've got an on-computer recording of this. What a weird problem. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Because, like, normally it would... If the audio wasn't working for you, it would... On the audio mixer... Yeah. This makes no... So in the recording I have on the back end, it's also not giving the alert. What the actual fuck? Because I can hear it. It plays for me, and the audio mixer shows the volume levels as working, and I have it... What if I do this? Can you hear it now?
Here we go.
Shiny Hia has just tipped $10. Force deploy Lethe.
You can hear it now. Okay, so I know what the problem is, and it's an OBS problem. We've been blaming Streamlabs, but it's OBS's fault. So... Just a little peek behind the camera. You know what? I'll show y'all. I'll show y'all something real quick. A little peek behind the camera. I'll show you this. Window capture. Display capture. Yeah, that'll work. Because I feel like I want to show you in order to show you what's so stupid about it. So these are the advanced audio properties, right? It's showing all the different tracks they're on. And I've got the different things laid out differently, right? It also gives me the ability to monitor audio. And so I've got monitor off, monitor only, which means I can hear it, but you can't. and monitor and output, which is supposed to, the way this is supposed to work is if you click monitor and output, I'm supposed to be able to hear it and you're supposed to hear it. We're both supposed to be able to hear it. You saw that I just clicked monitor and output. Well, now I can't hear it. Now I can't hear it either on monitor and output. But if I go monitor off...
Here we go.
Shani Hia has just tipped $10.
Can you hear it now?
Lethe.
This is gonna cause huge issues for me too, because the audio cue is how I know people have donated if I'm in the middle of like a cutscene or something. It's not Streamlabs' fault. This is an OBS issue. Because the thing is with voice to text, right? I don't want to talk over it. Because, you know, you're paying to have the funny message right out. This is so strange. Anyway. I don't know what's going on with that. But we seem to have at least fixed it. Oh!
Here we go.
Shani Hia has just tipped $10. Force deploy Lethe.
I hope you got your money's worth for all that voice to text reading out, by the way. But did you hear that? Because I heard that this time. Did you hear that as well? Okay. It's currently only you're supposed to be able to hear it. According to OBS, I'm not monitoring that, but they played it anyway, so... We're force deploying Leafy. Yeah, wrong game. That's Thracia, baby. I've known a lot of soldiers, and none would ever accept charity from an enemy. It would wound their pride. You obviously have pride to spare. Yo! Lesbian Jill! Confirm! I have to... Everyone knows that if you're looking for pride, I have it, but I have to screenshot this one as well. You obviously have pride to spare, so I knew there was some other factor at play. Oh. Well, have you reached a conclusion? What do you do? I want to stay here. At first I thought I could protect my old life, that I could prove subhumans are monsters. But I was wrong. And now things are different. The Lagoos. I wanted to know the truth about them, and I needed to base that on what I see, not what I'm told by others. In that case, you can stay for as long as you'd like. I appreciate it. I think meeting all of you was a very good thing. At least that donator got their money's worth. Yeah, Cynthia definitely got $10 worth of voice to text out of that. Pride to spare. La 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 la. Hey there, do you have a minute? Oh, Captain, how are you today? It's Commander, not Captain. Well, you seem to be enjoying yourself. That's because the garden is so pretty. Devdon loves all the plants and flowers. How about you, Commander? They're alright, I suppose. That makes Devdon rather sad. Alright is not a very strong feeling. It's boring. You should be a little bit more emotional, Commander. Even if things you're used to will show you something new if you look hard enough, and discoveries are exciting. That's what life is all about. At least that's what Devdon thinks. Some disagree, and that makes Devdon upset. You may be onto something. In Crimea, my father was still alive. I think I was more open to such things, but now, I just don't have the time. Honestly, all I can think about is defeating Dane. I have no energy left to spend on flowers. If you talk like that, you'll never defeat Dade. What did you say? The war is new. If you are already so focused on preparations, you'll wear out before the fighting begins. Hold on a minute. Devdon is such a weird character. Why is the dude like this? I wouldn't even mind it that much if it weren't for the fact that his character design being a minstrel show blackface character is, I think it makes everything else feel worse. But like if he just looked like a regular black guy, right? It's fine for him to be eccentric because everyone in Fire Emblem is eccentric, you know? Like, the entire cast of Path of Radiance is super eccentric. You know, Ileana with her foot lore and eating everything, right? The Mia wrist supports, like, everyone in this cast is super eccentric. So, like, Devdon being eccentric, like, I think he is more eccentric than the average character, but not to an absurd degree. I do not think it would, like, feel, because I've seen people talk about how, like, you know, obviously, Devdon's portrayal is racist, right? I mean, again, modeled after a blackface character, minstrel show stuff, right? But I don't think that, like, his personality is the racist part. Like, I do think it feels worse because of the way that he's drawn and modeled. But I think if he was just, like, a regular black guy, like, if he was just drawn like Basilio, right? I think it would be fine. Because everyone is fucking crazy in this cast. You know, you get him at the same time you get, like, Tormod, Muaram, and Makalov. I need to make sure I have all my, I buy stuff, because we are, we're gonna be in the desert for a while. Oh, also, I have to give Astrid Gamble. Right. We probably buy... Do we have hand axes for sale right now? Javelins are currently for sale. Oh, hand axes too. Okay, Oscar. God, this is like the saddest Oscar ever. Gotta make our forge as well. I think I make a forge for Oscar. Like, he fucking needs the help. Stefan archetype. Oscar has bad luck with the coin flips. He truly does. I'm on chapter 9 and my Oscar has 13 strength. Did you steal all my Oscar's good level ups? Okay, Oscar's cooking. I did, I'm sorry. Rolf Good. The Rolf Good is such an evil forge. Why did you make that? Has anyone else paid to force deploy anyone? No, it's looking like it's just gonna be Lathe. I believe this is the place we ended our search yesterday. I realized something a couple of days ago. Even in this forest, you always know exactly where you are, don't you? How do you do that? It's the lack of color, but these woods are starting to look the same to me. Yes, that's a problem. Ike, we're approaching the large clearing. I think we should have the Apostle and some of the others wait there. Good idea. Even if we find the Heron today, there's no need for them to tramp through the forest with us. We're going to head deeper into the forest and continue the search. Please wait here. If we find the Heron, we'll send for you immediately. I understand. My Lord Ike, everyone please be careful. We're counting on you. Sigrun, Tanith, by entrust the princess to your care.
Has just tipped $10.
Of course.
Ilyana too.
You've no need to worry. We'll protect her with our lives. Very well. Until later. What are the Rolf Good stats? It's like minimum strength. Whoever made it paid for it to be like minus all of the strength. It's the weakest a lance can be. And so Oscar still constantly has 0 damage. Doesn't making the weapon worse still make it pricey? Yes, it does. Ilyana 2. Did the alert show on screen? I didn't see the picture, but I did hear the voice. Ilyana 2. It showed on screen. I just wasn't paying attention. All right, girl mercenaries, move out. We know Hungry Girl's making a comeback.
Oh, haven't you fools found my precious little bird yet? I no doubt the poor thing is even quivering now with the loneliness and the cold.
Duke Tanas, I just received word that the mercenaries who invaded your villa are in this forest.
Blast those wretches! They're here to steal my bird! Their souls are black with greed and jealousy. I have found beauty incarnate. I will not relinquish it. Only Duke Tanas can appreciate its worth.
I'm sure that's true, Your Grace, but what about the mercenaries? What should we do about them?
Hunt them down like dogs. Do not let them leave the forest alive. They will not rob me of my prize.
But Your Grace, they serve at the pleasure of the Apostle herself. Striking them would be...
Leave the Apostle to me. I can deal with her once this is finished. All I need from you is silence and obedience. Is that clear?
Snowden has just tipped
Yes,
$5.
Your Grace, I beg your pardon.
I think we need animations on too.
I think we need animations on too. Oh no! Thank you, Snoven. There they are. Choose Duke Oliver commanded. Slay them where they stand. Let none leave the forest alive, not man, woman, or child. Oh no, not the Duke's soldiers again. I think it's time we put an end to these fools. Listen up, everyone. Let's end this here. Alright. So first things first. The force deployed units are Lathe and Ilyana. At least Lathe... Okay. At least a force deployed Lathe isn't actually terrible because it means we can put staffs on her, right? To help with the inventory that way. Where's Moram? Okay. So Marsha's here, Boyd is here, Titania's here, Oscar's here, Rolf obviously, missed Jill? This team's so fucking bad, y'all. This team is so fucking bad. Cats are just awesome like that. Kitty Convoy.
Here we go.
Ba Aches has just tipped $20. Torma too, and next fort should def be a fire tome for him.
Tormod 2? And we have to spend our chapter 18 forge on a fire tome for Tormod? Oh god. Who's getting benched for Tormod then? God, it's Oops All Mages in here. I made the video about Fire Emblem 9 mages being bad, and y'all took that as a challenge. Now we're doing the all mage playthrough. Honestly, Rolf is level 19. We can have him sit out a little bit while Force Tormod is here. Oh god, the longer I Titania, bench Titania. Yo, my whole team sucks! I can't bench Titania! Everyone else is horrible! Oh wait, we have the Night Ward, don't we? Why is Oscar not at the Night Ward? Hold on. Do we have it on Astrid? Yeah, it's on Astrid. We should change that. Tormod Gaming. At least I was able to make a forge for Oscar if I'd been a little too late. Do I make poor financial decisions for Oops All Mages? Oh god. Oh god, if I have to bench someone else for Sword, I'll cry. At least I get reinforcements. Let me quickly figure out items before more people can get force. Okay, Convoy take. Do we have vulneraries? Am I out of vulneraries? Okay, we can sell the white gem. I didn't realize we didn't even sell the white gem from the desert yet. Give Ileana a vulnerary. She's hungry. Marcia needs to buy a vulnerary. Laith. Buy a heal staff for Mist. Vulnerary. I'm just making sure everyone has vulneraries. Okay, you need a vulnerary. Okay, we leave base. Me cracking open Arizona iced tea and recovering a little bit of HP. Alright, Void with his sword PRF. Jill. How is Jill level 12 still? Oh, right, because we've been memeing with Mia. Okay. I should probably distribute the stat boosters too. Honestly, Oscar needs them. How does he have 8 strength? How does he have 8 strength? I forgot. It's so awful. You know what? We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Rolf and Mia took all of the EXP. They kinda did. They kinda did. Alright. So, we're actually starting the map now. Base Kieran has more strength than Oscar. Yeah, the only reason I'm still using Oscar is, I really want triangle attack footage because I'm working on a triangle attack video. Did we BXP the kitty? No, she's still level 4, but like, honestly, these fucking stats are good. I think people forget just how fucking good Leith and Mordecai's stats are. The Rolf got the 1 my lance. Oh right, the big iron, maximum weight sword. You better note the solo triangle attack in SOV. Wait, what do you mean the solo triangle attack? I need to know what that means. I genuinely don't know what that means. What's the solo triangle attack? Holy shit! He gets doubled! Oh my god, Tormod's so fucking bad! Tormod's so fucking bad! I forgot how fucking shit this small child is at combat! He's so fucking bad! Underleveled mage gets doubled by Murdon, more at 11. Yeah, but like, you don't understand! He's so bad! Good unit alert? Oh my god. Imagine dying to the first enemy you fucking fight in the map. It is awful, y'all. It's awful. Okay, Oscar's cooking. Ike with his fucking big iron. The big iron on his chest. I'm not saying he'd be fast at a higher level. I just wouldn't expect an underleveled unit to perform well. And yet people still claim that Tormod is like this absolutely slept on god. Emma from the DLC characters, she has a combat art called Solo Triangle Attack with her personal weapon. Oh, it's not a personal weapon, it's a unique weapon. Interesting. Danny oh shit, right! Okay, hold on. I'll reset the game. I'll reset because I don't want to get accused of scamming you out of a turn of animations. You got your animations fair and square. I just forgot. My Tormod did great, just ignore the 2k bonus experience dumped in him. I mean, so here's the thing, right? Is that even with an absurd amount of bonus experience dumped into Tormod, because a lot of characters perform well with an absurd amount of bonus experience, right? Even with an absurd amount of bonus experience dumped into him, Tormod still faces mage problems. The movement is fixed. He doesn't have armored movement anymore. He's got, like, regular movement, basically. Like, he's one ahead of infantry and one behind cavalry. So I'd call that, like, basically regular movement, right? It's a little bit better than the other infantry, but a little bit worse than the cavalry, who are, like... I think those are the standards that you kind of, like, hold a unit to. But he still faces the problem, like, tomes being a bad weapon type, mages being exceptionally slow. Nami is good if you shoot Borgo for 140 turns. Maybe Oscar gets a worse level up this time. Oh, I forgot to change Jill off of the heavy spear. Yo, Jill got a pretty good level. I mean, I want speed on her, but, like, otherwise, she's doing pretty good. Oh, and she dies. And she fucking dies here. Because I gave her the heavy spear. I love how they all turn to camera. Yeah, that's an optional setting I have turned on. If you know that mages are exceptionally slow, why were you shocked Tormod was doubled? I just didn't expect him to immediately get one-rounded, is all it is. Did I turn animations on? I did, okay. Like, I just forgot that I was using such an exceptionally shit character, is all it is. I have to be a little bit aggressive here because scary swordmasters show up at the spawn point pretty quickly. Why is it a setting? Why is it not? I think the better question is, why is it not a setting in literally every other Fire Emblem? Because it should be, because it's awesome. Oh, she got doubled even with the Iron Lance. Chat, I was lying about the heavy spear. Yo, she got speed this time, though. Okay. Ileana's good. Oh, so should I just, like, let her get attacked by a Myrmidon, see what happens? I think that, is that what you're saying, smiley face? Make an apology video where you apologize to the heavy spear. Yo, Oscar got poisoned! That's what he's cooking. He's cooking the fact he's... Strength! He got strength! Chad, he got strength! The drought is over. Now he's only 700 points behind instead of 701. Yo, Jagan Lath. My ears. Sorry. I was excited. He still can't kill anything with a Rolf good. All it took was Oscar using his Time Lord powers to save Jill so he could lock in. Yo, 100% accuracy. Maybe you were right, Luda. Fucking Ileana is actually good. Oscar used the Divine Pulse. God, I fucking hate these animations. They look so clunky, too. They're, like, so clunky and slow, and we don't even get any information from them. Base strength. Ileana needs knives for maximum accuracy. I think that's a donation incentive, right? Don't I? Let me know. I might not have it in the description, but I think I have a, you can choose knives donation incentive for like 15 bucks or something. Whenever we're promoting a mage. Yo, that's a good Martial level. That was pretty PogChamp. Ileana is good because she has the most important resource of all, my favoritism. True and real, chat? Is this true and real? I like the Telia spell animations. I really don't. I feel like they just sort of lift their arms up. They're like, oh. I think it looks so much cooler on the Game Boy. They actually look like they're casting stuff. They're making, like, intricate hand motions. Obviously, you know, none of this is objective. It's to each their own. But I really don't like the Tellius just, like... whoosh, whoosh, my hand. Not the casting, like the actual spells. Oh, like the particle effects? Yeah, I can see it, even though I'm, again, not really a fan of them personally. Here they come! Good thing we force deployed Ileana and Tormod, otherwise I have no idea how we would deal with these mages. Or with these Armor Knights, I mean. Radiant Dawn Rexbolt is so peak. Oh, so the thing is, the Radiant Dawn spell animations legitimately have too many flashing lights. Like, it's a migraine trigger for me. Especially the Thunder ones. Can't make it over here. So the Killing Edge guy, he's the problem, right? He's the one who's scary. What does she do with the Steel Lance? Okay. Get some chip. That's fair. I just find them really cool. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not. Again, it's all like subjective, right? Like, you're allowed to like different things than me. I give you permission. But for me, like, the light and thunder animations, all of them have a lot of flashes, but especially the light and thunder ones are like big migraine triggers, and I imagine anyone with like epilepsy would also have like a similar issue. What have you got? You have a steel bow. Look at her jagging out. Rex Bolt makes my Nintendo PC lag. That is also a problem, although I've got a powerful enough PC that mine doesn't. You're saying we can bribe you to get migraines in Radiant Dawn? No, I value my health more. I, as a principle, I'm never going to accept money for something that will, cause me legitimate discomfort, whether that be physical or otherwise. Especially stuff around my disabilities, is just, you know, off the table. Okay, so it's the javelin one couldn't attack him. They can still, oh no, they can still reach mist. She can probably live one. So if we have Jill go here... Oh, fuck, Tormod's dead. Tormod's fucking dead. Maybe he dodges? There's no way those Myrmidons have any less than 100% accuracy on him. Like, he doesn't have any avoid. He'll just get really lucky. Fucking hell. Chat, do we leave him dead? I had to give him the fucking boots. Do we just leave him dead? I was forced against my will to give him the goddamn boots. Leave it 100%. 100% rip Tormod. No, move. Listen to me, body. Move. Morum, where are you? I'm done for. Well, get fucked, little mage boy. Who needs the boots anyway? Now that's one less squishy unit to worry about. No, not Tormod. Sorry, chat, I won't be using your favorite est. No, Ike! We're forging a memorial fight. Oh, right! I have to forge him a personal weapon, too! Wait, that's so fucking funny! I'll give it to Moram. It'll just say, rest in peace, Tormod. Ike forging a fire dome for the ghost is hilarious. That's actually so fucking funny! I made this tome for Tormod. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so stupid. I just came in who died. Tormod died, and because of a donation, I have to make a forge that's his PRF next chapter. Which means I'm just making a forge for a dead person. Ike just doesn't remember that he died. Your copy of Path of Radiance is cursed. Tormod would never die. I got bad news to you about your goat. Your goat is washed. Went to the goat washing store, got sudded up and everything. Ike forgot that his favoritism project doesn't do well against Myrmidons or any other enemies. He forgore. This is why Ilyana's the best. Moram, give this to Tormod when you see him next. Why are you crying? Oh my god. It's just too funny. It's just too funny. The fact that Bowie XX paid for a forge, but since we already made chapter 17 forge, I have to do it next chapter, and then Tormod fucking dies. So we have to make a dead character a forge. I'm putting Tormod on the thumbnail next time. He can do effective damage against Beast Lagoos. All the Beast Lagoos. Oh my god, we're 1 damage shy. Actual question, this isn't an insult, but do you have any opinions that are not your own? It's not from a YouTuber or streamer. You know, you can say this isn't an insult, but it's still, like, that's still an insult. Don't be an asshole. Just saying this thing I'm saying is not insulting or offensive or whatever doesn't make it so. Not an insult, but you're smelly. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like so many people will couch genuinely vile shit in just, this isn't meant to be an insult, but oh wow, effective damage. This isn't meant to be an insult, but you're useless effective damage. Lopez reference. Yo, I can shove this guy. Get out of the bushes, bitch. Not that it helps much. Okay, we'll rescue you up to here. Not meant to be an insult, but you're Fiona viability coded. No, not the Fiona. I think that tomes being effective is a contributing factor to their low might. That might be the logic, but if so, it's stupid logic because low might effective weapons are like I think low might effective weapons is like such bad design because the whole point of effective weapons is like they get their might gets multiplied when they attack who they're effective against. So you get like the Awakening Wind Tome where it's like lol. What's your dealio? I can multiply 1 times 3, baby. If this was Thracia, shoves would miss. 2 times damage moment. Even in 3 times games, like if it like Awakening is a 3 times game, and I think the Awakening Wind Tome is the most memeable effective weapon in the franchise because it's like what is your purpose? You're 1 might. Woohoo, we can multiply 1 times 3. For the game I'm making, I gave effectiveness +5 flat damage because the weapons have low might and it feels meh. I used to, like, before I actually knew shit about Fire Emblem, I thought that when you use effective weapons, it just multiplied your attack by 3. So, anytime, like, Erica or Eliwood or whoever would get a strength level up, I was like, yeah, that's basically 3 strength because it multiplies by 3 with their rapier. And it's like, no. That would be cool if that's how it worked, but it's not. Oh, he can't even kill with the cooking. What a worthless bitch. Wind has the same might as Thunder when effective. Yeah, I guess it's like technically more hit or some shit. What chapter are we on? This is chapter 17-1. He got strength again. He got strength again. I wish vulneraries could miss too. Missing with vulneraries is like when you go to your doctor and they suggest alternative medicine instead of real medicine. Chad, have I told y'all about my terrible what are they called? I think it's psychiatrists, the meds people, not pharmacists. It's the ones who prescribe medications. I have a terrible psychiatrist. Because my therapist referred me to them because she can't prescribe meds, and I, like, desperately want something to help treat my ADHD, anxiety, depression, OCD. I got a lot of D's. D's nuts. And we can surround you. We can surround you. So, she, like, in our first session, she's like, asked how much water I drink, and I'm like, I don't drink enough. Like, I know I don't drink enough. I'm trying to get better, but at the moment, I don't drink enough. And then in the second session, she followed up on that, and I gave her basically the same answer. You know, I know I don't drink enough. Like, this is how much I drink every day. It's not enough. It's more than it used to be. I'm, you know, working on it. It's one of those things, right? And she flips out at me and says that I actually don't have depression, anxiety, etc., and that it's actually all of my problems are caused by dehydration specifically. And as a result of that, I just need to drink more water. And then she prescribes me $250 worth of vitamins and supplements that are not covered by my insurance. And says, I'm gonna prescribe you a bunch of stuff. I want you to pick it up from the pharmacy, but don't start taking it yet. I'll tell you when to start taking it. Don't start taking it yet. And so I go to the pharmacy, and it's $250 of vitamins and supplements. And I'm just like, I don't fucking need any of that. Unfortunately, she did also prescribe a migraine preventative, because, like, I would just stop seeing her. But unfortunately, she did actually prescribe me one useful thing, a migraine preventative. So I need to keep going to her so I can keep getting that prescription. Oh no, Oscar. Oh no. I wonder if it's a scam. That was what my wife said. Like, did you actually like, is this actually a MLM in disguise or something? And like, I don't know, it might be. She, like, also got really mad, because the day I had the appointment, it was telehealth, and the day I had the appointment, I woke up with a really upset stomach, so I was drinking ginger ale, because ginger ale helps when I have an upset stomach, right? So I had a sip of ginger ale, and she goes, "What's that? What are you drinking? What's that?" And starts, like, yelling at me, and I'm like, it's ginger ale, because my stomach is upset. Jesus Christ, these hit rates. And she starts yelling at me like, why are you drinking that? Why are you drinking? And I'm like, I'm 35 fucking years old. I can drink what I want to drink, right? Like, but also, I'm literally just drinking it so that I don't run down and shit my brains out on this video call. Honestly, I think medical professionals just need to internalize the idea that shame is not an effective motivator as well. Cause like that was the whole thing with the water stuff, is like if I wasn't drinking enough water and not like trying to improve or whatever, trying to shame me about it, like that's not gonna get me to, if I wasn't already trying to drink more than I am, shaming me about it wouldn't get me to start drinking more water. It would just get me to lie when she asks how much water I'm drinking. Like, I just looked up how much water you're supposed to drink. You're supposed to drink 6 to 8 glasses a day. So, like, next time, no matter how much water I'm actually drinking at the time, I'm just gonna tell her I'm drinking 8 glasses of water because I don't want to get fucking yelled at. Doctors need to start accepting their advisors and not bosses. I mean, I think they need to start accepting that, like, a lot of stuff, right? Like, just speaking as someone who has multiple disabilities, both physical and psychological, I fucking hate doctors so goddamn much. The medical industry is just straight trash. I remember, cause like one of my disabilities is around my back. I don't want to get too much into the specifics, but before I had a pretty significant surgery, about 7 years ago, I had a pretty significant surgery, and before that, no, how long ago? Cause I was 21, so it was like 14 years. Anyway, I was like 23. I was 23. So I was like 23 at the time. And basically my back was giving me such issues that it took me hours to get out of bed. And I would be like screaming in pain trying to like sit up and get up. I'd have to walk around in like an L shape, right? Like hunched over, like Hunchback of Notre Dame style. And I went to like an urgent care to get it figured out, and they were like, that's just part of getting older. And I was like, I understand, like, you know, obviously as we get older, our bodies get more and more issues, right? Part of getting older, like early 20s is not the, oh, your back pain is just part of getting older age. Early 20s is that you should be concerned about this age. And it was also because I told the doctor, like, you know, I got into a car accident a few months ago, so it could be related to that. And I had, at work, I had to move a bunch of heavy boxes at one point, and an unexpected point. So it could be that too. Like, these events occurred that could have been the root cause of it, but the only possible thing they were looking at is like, this is normal. And then they just wanted to prescribe painkillers. And there's a history of addiction in my family, so I was like, I don't want painkillers, right? It's just not something I'm interested in. It took over a year of going to different doctors before one finally was willing to do an x-ray and find that one of the discs in my back was shattered and the shards were digging into muscles. I had to get corrective surgery. I had to get a discectomy, and it was removed because they were digging into my sciatics, right? And so I had sciatica. And like, it's not better. I mean, it is better, but it's not like cured, I guess would be the better way to say it. It's, you know, not every day, and not even all that often, but I still, you know, walk with a cane sometimes. I still have days where I just can't get out of bed. Did that not get found out when you were initially in the crash? You would be surprised at how resistant in the United States at least, doctors are to, even the idea of any sort of x-rays or anything immediately after a car crash. Last year, no, 2 years ago, I got into a crash. Someone rear-ended me on the highway, right? And we were about 4 hours from home. So I wasn't exactly able to immediately get checked out. And I was like, I'll go to my, nothing is immediately hurting, but I want to get checked out afterwards. I'll schedule an appointment with my primary care provider next day. And so I did, and I went in, and they, refused to do an x-ray because the other driver was at fault, because we were sitting in, it was bumper-to-bumper traffic. We were at a standstill, and they rear-ended us while we were sitting still, right? And so they're like, because the other driver is at fault, we don't want to do any treatment in case their insurance refuses to pay for it. So if you want to get this done, you have to wait until after the end of the insurance claim. And anyone who's been in a car accident knows that's an extremely fucking long process. Lol, effective damage, 5 damage, lol. I mean, this is the same doctor's office that routinely would call back my prescriptions for, HRT just to mess with me. Or more realistically, because they didn't, because I have autism on my chart, they didn't, trust me to make medical decisions like I'm an adult. In America, don't you pay out of pocket and then sue their insurance? No, that's not how health insurance works in America. It's complicated. There's a ton of different stuff, deductibles, all that shit. I don't even fully understand it, and, my mom worked in insurance before I was born and has tried to explain stuff to me. But basically, it's fucked and it sucks. Basically, it's fucked and it sucks. So it's not quite you pay and then sue the insurance. Although insurance can decide just to reject your claim. Basically arbitrarily. Basically, even after the fact, what'll happen sometimes is they'll be like, you're covered, you get the thing, the hospital bills your insurance, and then they reject it, and then you're on the hook for the money. So, it's not quite that level, Toyakami, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. There's some shit. There's some fucking shit. America's medical system was designed by injury lobbyists. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I still can't get any sort of disability tag either, because what happens is because my the sciatica, right? It's not every day. It's only usually dependent on weather, big temperature shifts. So oftentimes winter is when it acts up the most. Because it's not every day, I was told by a doctor to my face that we just want to make sure it's probably going to go away eventually. So, just on its own. And I'm like, bitch, I've been dealing with this for 10 years. What do you mean it's probably going to go away on its own? If it were, it would have. If it were, it would have. But then, the other thing is that disability tags aren't for life. They have expiration dates. You have to renew them. Specifically because sometimes people will get, injuries that get them accommodations, but only while they're recovering, right? Only fucking, if somebody breaks both of their legs snowboarding and they're in a wheelchair while they're recovering, they will eventually recover, but like they get accommodations until they do. Or at least they should. I don't know if that's actually even true, but I would assume so. I know when I was in college, somebody had both of her legs broken and she was on crutches, and she had the disability parking space that she was able to use, like, just while she was recovering. So, like, that's not, like, you know, obviously legal or whatever. That's not, like, the real world. But, like, if the shitty college that employed the guy who tried to kill me was willing to do that, I think real world doctors should be able to as well. Normalize telling doctors how to do their job. The thing is, because they're in a position of authority, doctors are the most sensitive fucking people you will ever fucking meet, too. I remember when I went to the this was the same doctor's office that like wouldn't x-ray me after the car accident. When I went there, I was coming in for just like a basic checkup so I could get my prescriptions refilled, HRT and painkillers, right? The aide, like, walking me back to the room was like, you know, how are you doing today? And I just, you know, sarcastically said, you know, any day I have to come in and deal with this nonsense is a bad day. And she goes, well, you know, you don't have to come into the doctor's office. This is your choice. You can choose just to stay home. Nobody's making you do this. And I'm like, medical care isn't fucking optional. What do you mean you don't have to do this? Yes, technically I could choose not to address my medical needs. You know, I could not get HRT and then my bones would go down because I don't naturally produce testosterone anymore. I could not get painkillers and then whenever the weather shifts, whoops, sorry, you're stuck in bed all day screaming in agony. What do you mean you don't have to be here? Like... I guess I'll die. But that's what they want, though! That's the option! You don't have to be here! What the fuck are you talking about? You live in America. Choosing not to get medical care is a frequent choice people make. But it's not one they should have to make. Like that, when people choose not to get medical care, it's not them choosing not to get medical care. It's them literally not being able to afford it. I know you're not... Like, I hope this doesn't come off as attacking you, but I actually kind of hate the framing of people choosing not to get medical care, because that's not what's happening in that situation. When someone, you know, sprains their ankle or breaks their leg or gets like a gaping wound and doesn't go to the emergency room, doesn't go to the doctor, it just, you know, walks it off or whatever, right? Which is unfortunately a very frequent thing that happens in the United States. That's not them choosing not to get medical care. That is them being incapable of affording the astronomical expense of what should be just the basic human fucking response to that. Nobody is choosing not to go to the hospital because they just don't want to. It's because they would like to still be able to pay to have a roof over their head and put dinner on the table for their kids. So, like, again, I know that you're not, or at least I assume as someone who watches my videos, you're not, like, big up and for the insurance corporations, right? So I don't want to come off as if I'm attacking you, but I do hate that framing, of it being, like, a choice. It does have the loudest group of people that choose not to get medical care, not cost-related. Oh, you mean like anti-vaxxers? I mean, I guess technically you could say, like, anti-vaxxers, right? That is people choosing not to get medical care. But I think, one, that's a different situation than, you know, me going to the doctors to get my prescription refilled. And two, while anti-vaxxers are typically associated modern day with Americans because of like the MAGA stuff, right? It's a movement that originated in Europe and is at the very least frequent in all parts of the like white world. So like I don't think it's just stupid Americans that are the anti-vaxxers. Every country has them. Yeah. Originated with a fucking paid, he was like paid by, because he's on record for the original study that people use as their basis for anti-vaxxers was this one fucking research paper published by a guy who was paid by, ironically enough, by a fucking vaccine company, because they were coming out with a new vaccine that had a different active ingredient than the old ones. And so he published a paper calling into question the active ingredient in old vaccines, paid by the new vaccines to try to fucking undercut their competition. Because capitalism. It also only says that one vaccine causes problems. Yeah, and it's been disproven like 10 times over too, right? Like he had his license revoked. It's ridiculous. America is just the loudest. We are the loudest. We're the loudest at everything. Let's be so fucking for real. Especially, like, unfortunately, America's problems are everyone's problems. Because we're loud about fucking everything, because everything is fucking centered around the American POV, in part because we have all the nukes, right? Like, America has, as fucking, to use Kamala Harris's words for it, we have the most deadly military on Earth. And so, like, by the fact that we fucking go places and kill people, our issues are unfortunately other people's issues. Danny is loud and therefore American. I'm loud to be an American. My mom became an anti-vaxxer in post-COVID. I think when you're used to paid medical care trying to take your money, you become suspicious of it all. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that, like, the people who cause these problems then end up causing, like, new opposite problem. Like, it fucking feeds itself. It's, I mean, fuck. Even just, like, tying to the Epstein files just got released recently, right? That's a hot button topic. The fact that the cabal of pedophiles, the island of pedophiles, was able to push transphobia by being like, hey, trans people are pedophiles, gay people are pedophiles. Meanwhile, it's the fucking island of pedophiles! These people are the problem, and then they will point at another group, a different group, and because they have caused such a problem, it makes it easy for them to then, like, point towards something else and cause another problem. You know, oh, you're sick of paying for so much horrible medical bullshit? Well, we're just gonna pretend vaccines are the problems. Every accusation a confession. It's starting to fucking look that way, right? It's so fucking aggravating. I mean, fuck! Look at how many of the rich billionaires that control the world also push Jewish conspiracies. Like, the idea that the Jews control all the money and therefore control the world, right, comes from fucking billionaires who actually control the money and control the world. Like, what? It's so fucking exhausting. Existing is so exhausting. I'm glad our government is the scapegoat of yours. Oh no! We could be worse. Look at the US. Yeah. I know you're, Germany, but that's the Canadian defense as well. So many Canadians will point to the US and its atrocities as a way of presenting them as, like, the goofy northern neighbors. Meanwhile, Google fucking... What are their schools? Their boarding school things. The Canadian boarding schools, where they, like, within my lifetime, had schools that were fucking designed to torture and kill Indigenous kids. Like, these things are not distant memories. There are plenty of people who were alive at the times that this shit was happening. I wonder if these problems will be never solved in our lifetime or if they'll just continue until the end of time. I think at least some problems will probably be solved. Not all of them. Maybe I'm an optimist. One thing that I was saying, that this is completely unrelated to everything we've been talking about, but I do want to throw an optimism thing out there, right? Has anyone else been really fucking bothered by the absurd amount of gambling ads over the past, like, 3 or 4 years, right? Especially sports betting stuff. I am a firm believer that 50 years from now, we are going to look at those ads the same way that current day we look at the 1920s cigarette ads. I am a firm believer that the gambling thing is... It is going to be a short-lived and unfortunately very fucking harmful. Like, people will die because of it. Just like people died because of cigarettes, people will die because of the sports betting shit. You know, it'll be deniable because it'll be people who died out of poverty, right? You know? The idea of, I think it's called social death, is the idea that, especially targeting black communities, killing people not through any outright means, but by depriving them of the connections that they need in order to survive. I think people will die because of these sports betting apps. They have already, almost certainly. But I am, you know, to put an optimistic note on it, a believer that, like, it's not eternal. It's gonna be... It's at some point going to be just like all the tobacco companies. There will be a reckoning, and unfortunately no one will face the justice they should. But at the very least, the scam will stop. The scams and flams will stop. It's not financially sustainable at all. I just think what's gonna happen eventually is someone powerful enough will get hurt by it. And that's what's going to spur the change. Because unfortunately, we don't matter. Like, there's only certain people that matter, and we're not them. But, you know, some senator's kid will, you know, kill themselves because they bet away all their money. And, you know, that's unfortunately how this shit gets solved. And that's also why I think that's an issue that will be solved within our lifetime, whereas, like, more systemic stuff I'm not sold on, you know? It'll be like, it's not a scam, like, question mark, sure. Any product that tells you it's not a scam is a fucking scam. Like, if something has to preemptively inform you, hey, we're not a scam. I know we fucking look like a scam, but we're not. I think that tells you all you need to know about them. They look like a scam. They fucking are one. There's probably a viewer here who hasn't seen any gameplay, just Ike's dialogue. Yeah, so we should probably get going with it then. You're right. Curses. They just keep coming and coming. I'm sorry. I just thought they just keep coming and coming. Flushed emoji. TFW having sex with a non-binary partner and they're super into it. They just keep coming and coming. I'm a fucking child. How many soldiers does he have? There's no telling. He is a bishop and a senator, but he holds a peerage, and that means he could command many men. Commander, what do you think about calling reinforcements? That's not a bad idea. And while we wait, we could take a breather and reorganize our attack strategy. Let's do it. What was that sound? I heard something too. It came from the northeast. Sound like anything I've ever heard. To the northeast? Aha, there are ruins over there. Perhaps the White Prince found them with a good hiding place. Let's check it out. Maybe we can find him and escape while the humans fight amongst themselves. What are those humans thinking? Why would they be trying to lop each other's heads off? Shall I make an inquiry? Leave them. They're nothing but trouble. I second that. Now, if we want to avoid the human skirmish, we should head that way, through these trees. Let's go. Yes, sir. Actually, apparently all of Chapter 17 is the same map. Yeah, I can show y'all, actually, after this cutscene. Alright, let's figure out where to go next. Brother! What is it, Mist? Just now, did you hear a sound? Huh? No, nothing special. Really? I guess it was just me then. That sound you heard, was it high-pitched, like the chiming of a bell? Ah, yes, it was. That's it exactly. I didn't hear a thing. It created only a slight disturbance in the air. It could be only heard by those possessed of extraordinary healing. So your sister's hearing is on par with that of the Lagoos. Wow, did you hear that? Neat. Don't let it go to your head. A sound that Bjork can't hear. That's interesting. It said that those of the Heron clan are all practitioners of Sade magic. Perhaps the sound is related to that. Sade magic? What's that? It involves arcane songs known as Galdar. The effects of the Galdar on the listener depend on the lyrics and melody. For example, the Galdar can restore lost strength and vitality to those who hear it. And if the singer is of royal blood, the Galdar may be powerful enough to move its listener to extraordinary feats. I once heard tales of a Galdar that could give one the speed to do the work of 2 men. The Galadar grants many such powers. I always think it's very funny how Fire Emblem tries to explain dancing within the lore of the world. Wow, that sounds incredible, doesn't it, Ike? Yeah, but even with all that power, they were still wiped out by the Bjork. Right. Herons are highly attuned to the forces of balance. Even if they had the means to resist, I doubt they would have used them. We leave as soon as our reinforcements arrive. Duty must not succeed. Let's rescue the Heron while there's still time. Alright. We should head towards the ruins in the northeast. I sense something odd there. Got it. Thanks for the information. It's nothing. It's only natural to aid one's companions. Couldn't agree more. That's interesting. That must be unique dialogue for sending Lathe. I'm the viewer that joined on the Ike dialogue. Who is the poll talking about who died? Tormod fucking died. Cursed humans. How dare they defile this forest again? I'll brook their savagery no more. The forest whispered earlier, but I must drive those wretches out before I can speak to it further. I will go to the altar. I'll give the voice to a forbidden magic and destroy humans utterly. Alright, reinforcement time. These are our reinforcements. I like how it says, sorry, you can't change deployment. Fuck you. That's so evil. There they are! The Crimean mercenaries! Surround them! They must all die! Rip Bozo. Listen, everyone. We have to make our way to the ruins in the northeast. Fight if you must, but please keep up. Ike, what about the reinforcements? They'll have to catch up. We can't wait any longer. Understood. I like when the dancing is magical in universe. How else would a guy on foot be able to run faster than a horse besides boots? Honestly, I don't think it needs an explanation. I always find it to be a little bit, like, silly and eye-rolly when these games try to explain something that very easily, like, it doesn't have to have an explanation for why the mechanics work the way they do, right? They can just be that way. By the way, how much do we have to pay for renewal instead of racing? $100. But yeah, so this is where we just were. And this is part 4. And this is part 3. So it's a big old circle. It's all one big map. Unfortunately, you can't actually go to a different map. See, like, Marcia can't fly over here, even though it's within her movement range. She can go hide over here, if you want. When you made the tier list, did you forget how to get renewal? Oh, the skill tier list? Yeah, I forgot. I forgot about that. FE4 could never. FE4 has no fly zones, so, you know, it could, but it does. Yeah, I also, I think I offhandedly said, like, Parity's even worse in Radiant Dawn because it turns off White Pool. I think it's like a sideways because you can choose not to activate it in Radiant Dawn. It's like Gamble, right? Where it's a command. And so, like, I think that makes it an upgrade, although the fact it turns off White Pool and Red Pool is, like, so fucking funny. And it does mean that Lucia struggles, because Lucia, despite being a sword master, she's not going to cap her speed most of the time. So she can struggle to double the auras without white tiles. It nulls the tiles in the tower. Yeah, which, like, so if she was already doubling without White Pool, then Parity actually, like, helps? But she doesn't get Red Pool either. So, like, it still helps because, you know, the tiles are, what, 10? And Red Pool's only 5 or whatever? But it's just unfortunate. I'd rather not get one-shot by Ire. Oh, right! Parity turns off Ire. Okay, it's goated, actually. How many enemies have skills in Radiant Dawn? Not many. Not many. But more than 0. I mean, more than 0 in Path of Radiance. But in particular, Deginsia. Spoilers for Radiant Dawn, I guess. Deginsia is particularly relevant. Because he's, like, the hardest boss in the game. Well, I guess Ashura's probably harder. But he's one of the hardest bosses, and he has Ire. And Ire one-shots everyone. So you need to either, like, LTC it, because if you're LTCing, you can kill him in one turn. In which case, Ire doesn't really matter, because you can just choose... Like, you can just reset, right, if you're killing him on turn 1. But if you're not LTCing it, you just give everyone who fights him, like, Nihil, Nullify, Parity, that shit. And that's how you handle it. Ire's skill percent chance to crit you. Yeah, but it can't be stopped by Fortune. Like, that's the difference. Because Fortune, I still don't understand the people who say sell Fortune because it's worth a lot of money. Like, do those people sell the Hoplon Guard as well? Like, genuine question. Do people sell the Hoplon Guard? Because, like, protecting from crits is so valuable. They might. Whew, I made it. I won't let you down. I'm calling for emergencies. I charge double the standard rate. I get overtime, too. Isn't the Hoplon Guard unsellable? I genuinely don't know. It might be. The Rolf Good is so pathetic. They probably like the FE5 scrolls. I mean, so I wonder how many people... Because the thing is, the FE5 scrolls, like, I think their best feature is the fact that they stop you from getting crit. But for so many people, the FE5 scrolls are basically just... the growth is what matters to them. And so I wonder... I'm looking at Fortune right now because I haven't played Radiant Dawn. I think it's funny that Kanagas and Meg are the ones that start with the skill. Yeah, I mean, so, and that's, because it'll come up when people talk about Meg, because Meg is, like, one of those traditionally very funny bad units. And people will say, like, the only thing she provides is the Fortune skill, which you take off her and sell. But, like, I think you take the Fortune skill off of her and then... give it to someone who's going to be seeing a lot of combat. Har appreciates it, for example. Even units that don't have low luck, like Fortune, because Thunder Tomes have a little bit of crit on them. So most units in your army face non-negligible amounts of crit from Bolting, from Thunder, from L Thunder. Har, in particular, really likes Fortune, because he does a lot of frontline combat, and the only way he can die is if he gets crit by, like, a spell, whether it's Thunder or not. But Thunder's the one that's usually gonna have crit on him. Forget effective damage, it's just his low res that, because, like, Thunder does have effective damage against Wyverns, but lol, who cares? It's the low res. Because what's the might of Thunder Tomes? It's super low. I always use Meg when I play Radiant Dawn. Based alert! Be careful, I'm gonna call the based police on you. They'll throw you in based jail. I've been playing Birthright. God, it's too easy, but it has been reasonably fun because of the couple playthrough. I think Birthright is, my least favorite Fire Emblem. You know, the FE7 memes are fun, and I do genuinely think FE7 is dog shit, but I think if I were, like, if somebody broke into my house with a gun and was like, I'll kill you if you don't do a full playthrough of either FE7 or Birthright, I'd be like, give me that fucking FE7 right away. I'll shoot it up my fucking veins. FE7 dethroned. I mean, it's always been that way. I think even in the old tier list, it was ordered that way. Birthright should theoretically... Maybe I'd prefer to play Birthright because it'd be less painful because it's over once you get Ryoma, right? Whereas, like, FE7 is longer. But in terms of, like, actually playing it, I could find more fun in FE7 than Birthright. Even with, like, the cool Fates mechanics, there's just nothing going on in Birthright. And maps last 5 million years. Ileana. Rev is your favorite, Birthright is your least favorite. Damn Fates. I mean, Fates mechanics are awesome. But there's nothing to do with them in Birthright. The map's too long is true. It's, I've said this before, but a Birthright map is over approximately 10 turns before it's actually over. Because you've completed what you need to about the Birthright map, and then wave upon wave of reinforcement that is just the same groups of reinforcements show up, and they're all fucking route maps, even the ones that shouldn't be. I say that and people will be like, oh, there's actually like 5 that are not route maps, which is technically true. There's like 5 that are not route maps. But that's fucking, I don't care. Most of them are route maps, right? The Camilla map is a route map. Just like, let that sink in. The map where the goal of the map is to defeat Camilla is a route map. It's like 60% route. I think those numbers go up if you count the child paralogs, right? 60% sounds about right for the main story. Oscar, I need you to fucking get strength. This is so pathetic, bro. Yeah, I didn't include the paralogs. Cause like, killing Leo is a kill boss map. Because there's, infinite reinforcement. Like, that's the only reason it's not route, by the way. I just need everyone to be aware. Literally the only reason kill Leo isn't route is because there's infinite reinforcements. And then, I think Fort Dragonfall? I'm pretty sure Fort Dragonfall is Kill Boss or Seize or something. But, like, the Kill Shura map is a route map. The Kill Camilla map is a route map. Xander is Kill Boss. It starts being Kill Boss, like, immediately after you defeat Camilla. Because I think Hans and Iago are kill boss maps. The Xander map is kill boss, but like, does that even really count as a map? The fact that the Xander map has like 8 million enemies outside of Xander's room that you don't fucking care about. Because you can literally open the door with lock touch. Like, the Ryoma map had a complex mechanism to open the fucking door. And then Xander's just like, lol, I hope the route that gives you 3 ninjas you have a lock touch unit on. I'm dreading Conquest because I'm already tired of Azura's song. You are the ocean's great waves, destined to da 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 da. Siegmert's map. Oh, Siegmert's map is Infinite Reinforcement's route. That's true. But I think they did that. So I'll be honest, I think the reason that they did that was because Conquest is marketed as the hard one, and Birthright's marketed as the easy one, and like, I imagine that they thought the idea of Infinite Reinforcement route was too hard for the quote-unquote easy route. Which honestly is a fair assessment. I don't want to do that shit, and I would consider myself like a professional Fire Emblem player because definitionally I literally get paid to play Fire Emblem, right? I don't want to do that shit, so like, I get it. Note that I said professional and not good. Because if anyone has watched me stream, you know that there is a fucking difference. The Siebert log is awesome, though. I'm sorry, but my Sophie died on that in my most recent playthrough, so I have to disagree. Oh my god, I'm trying to steal these stabs. That's why I called Volk. I'm trying to steal these fucking stabs. Effective damage, baby! Whoa! What the fuck is going on with the bow icon? It's like, it's flashing so much. Frame rate issues? No, because I have this locked at, like, the correct frame rate, so I don't know what's going on. We're just gonna take this map slow and steady. I'm not gonna get much BXP out of it, but I think that's fine. The bow icon just can't believe it's getting a kill, even though it's not a one-shot. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. It's just like, what the fuck? Oh, Jill might be fucking dead. No, she's fast enough not to get doubled. Okay. Slow loser paladin alert. That's like a really inopportune time for Lathe. Yo, the Boyd! This is like a really inopportune time for Lathe to untransform though. Okay, time for effective damage! Pew, 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 pew. Rolf good, smiley face. I'm genuinely fucking flabbergasted that Rolf and Mia are like our best fucking units right now somehow. I love archers. Rolf is my favorite bad unit in the franchise. Like, and it's not even close. I fucking love this piece of shit. He's not fun to use whatsoever, and I don't care. Who needs healing right now? Jill needs healing. I like Rebecca. Oh, I mean, I said bad unit. Rebecca's epic. I like Rebecca. It's just, you know, I like her because of Code of the Burger King, not because of anything else. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I'm gassy. I'm burping. And I can taste the fish we had for dinner. That's an unpleasant feeling. Oh, Titania might, like, legitimately be in a bit of trouble. I didn't realize there was a poleaxe there. I heard Bernadetta is in it. Only kind of. Not really. There's Bernie Sanders, who is a crossover between Bernadetta, Bernie Sanders, and Sans from Undertale? And so it's a bishop who has a miracle vantage build that unfortunately sucks because numbers are just too high to actually kill things. Rolf Good! The Rolf Good! Who is Bernie Sanders? He is an American politician. He was, really popular on the left in 2016 and 2020. One of the more left-wing, like, legitimately left-wing, politicians in the United States. He labels himself as a socialist, like, legitimately calls himself a socialist. He also is, like, super fucking hardcore Zionist. Which is not good. And, like, there's other issues I have with him. He was very quick to, dismiss the allegations of sexual assault against Joe Biden. With some, like, really loaded language that's frustrating. Oh, fuck, I forgot about you. Is Oscar dead? 30... 15... 41... No, Oscar actually fucking lives, believe it or not. As long as he's not doubled. Which he shouldn't be, because fucking 18 weight. Yeah. I do think he's, like, probably one of the better politicians we've had. Which is sad because he also fucking, you know... I say that while also being, like, he's not a good politician because there's no such thing, especially in the United States. It's just sad that, like, I kind of have to say that, and then also acknowledge that the most recent high-profile act that he did was endorse a person running for Senate who has a Totenkopf tattoo. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, I guarantee you've seen it if you have played the Wolfenstein video games. It is the third most ubiquitous Nazi symbol. It's the skull. It's the Nazi skull. And he claims that he didn't know what it meant when he got it. But he also, I mean, first off, why do you get the Nazi skull if you don't know what it means? But he also, like, he worked for Blackwater, right? Like, I don't know, when you work for the Let's Go Kill Brown People company, and you have a Nazi tattoo, I'm a little suspicious of you. I fucking hate this country. I'm too sober for this conversation. I wasn't trying to get us back down the politics rabbit hole. I apologize. I don't want to be a downer. It is a very specific connotation. Oh, the poleaxe is only 2 times. Right, I forgot. Guy holding a dog whistle be like, yeah, it's a dog whistle. Okay, I don't know. I'll keep using it, alright? Yeah. We bishop boxing now? Yeah, I gotta Donald a bishop. It's just this one lonely archer. Imagine being that one archer, watching all of your friends get fucking murdered. What would you do? One damage! Ilyana versus the priest. Finally a use for the Rolf good. That archer thinks he can take out everyone. He'll one-shot Jill and Marcia, trust. 2 times effectiveness be damned. I mean, the reason he's there is so you can't just immediately fly and hit the rescue point with Marcia and Jill. But, like, 1, he doesn't actually threaten them, and 2, you can very easily avoid him. It's very silly. The brothers are coming nicely. They're just, you know... Boyd is leveling well. The rest of them not so much. But, you know. It be how it be. It is how it is. This guy's boxing himself in. Stab. Stab. I don't know if you saw my awesome LTCs, but I don't really like the boxing strats. I haven't really watched any LTCs. I guess I'm a fake gamer like that. I find them impressive. Like, I'll watch them sometimes. Toffee does a lot of ROM hack LTCs that I find really interesting, but unfortunately, his computer is really weak, so the audio is super stuttery, and I can't watch it without getting a migraine with the stuttery sounds. Archer boxing doesn't work for grinding archers. Yo, the crit. I like grinding, so I'll just post images of like turn 300. Yeah, long turn count, LTC. What else did it mean? Whew, we made it. Let's split up and search the surrounding area. Commander, do you think we should call more reinforcements? The Duke's army seems nearly limitless. I'm worried about our weapon situation. Let's do it. Boing. Hey, what's this? What is it, Commander? Look here. It's the only place in these ruins I've seen healthy grass glowing. You're right, I wonder why. And I found this. A white feather? So we were right. The heron is around here somewhere. It's possible, but... Ike, over here! What now? Nasir, what have you found? A heron. That's a girl? Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna post this on Ice Rider. There we go. It's almost 3 a.m. Am I gonna call Ike at 3 a.m.? Don't call Ike Fire Emblem after 3 a.m. What's up, gamers? We're here calling Ike Fire Emblem at 3 a.m. And he says that's a girl. Nasir, you said that male heron we met was the only surviving member of the race. I believed it to be true. To find another survivor, it's a miracle. No, she doesn't actually have the miracle skill, Nasir. You stupid. Hey, wait, please, I must speak. Come on, wake up. She's lost consciousness. Guess there's nothing I can do but wait for her to come around. I wasn't trying to frighten her.
Oh ho ho! I found you at last, my beautiful treasure.
It's about time you showed your bloated face, Duke Tanas.
Oh no! No mistake about it. That is the spectacular reward I paid so much to obtain.
You still claim ownership, do you?
No, wait. Some things different. This is a female. You mean to tell me that yet another lives? How spectacular. Men, bring me that heron, but do her no harm.
You'll never have her. Again, will this corpulent windbag never learn? Form up, troops. We must protect the heron. So, fun fact, I'm pretty sure this is where the Lagoo's friend skill in Engage gets its name from. Because he's rescuing Leanne, so he's like weighed down and his avoid is tanked to shit. So I'm pretty sure this is why they named it Lagoo's friend, because he has no avoid now. But the mages still can't fucking hit him worth dick. Because mage moment. Oh, never mind. He's the one who can't hit worth dick. I read that forecast wrong. If you drink the radiance at 3 a.m., you will turn into I fight for my friends. What an ally. Do you think Ike fights for his friends? No, I don't think so. A slave-owning, hyper-rich villain. I'm glad Tellius made its position against men like Oliver so clear. I genuinely hate the fucking meme status that Oliver has taken in the Fire Emblem community. It's like, and you know, the devs are to blame for this, let's be so for real, because he's a joke in Radiant Dawn. Like, he somehow survives getting fucking murdered. Secretly. But I just hate how he's just a joke, right? There's also the, like, the fat stuff that's a little bit weird. In general, Oliver is just icky. Problematic Goto. If there's anything Conquest taught me, it's losing HP in a battle doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Isn't Oliver also a gay stereotype? Kind of. It's questionable. You know, the allegations are questionable. his flamboyant nature could definitely be uncharitably read as a gay stereotype. How I feel about it basically just depends on the day. Because he's definitely, like, you know, flamboyant. There's elements of it that I think you could say are low-key homophobic, but it's definitely not the worst of it, if that makes sense. I think, like, the fat phobia and, I mean, just generally treating his crimes of slavery as less serious than they are much bigger problems, if that makes sense. Tellius is a story about racism from a writing team that very clearly thinks racism is, like, a bad habit. You know, it's the same as being a bit rude. You hunt down and kill people because they're a different race than you? That's pretty rude of you, isn't it? That's a bit unfair of you to do. You should probably knock that out. That's a little bit mean. Don't be a big meanie butthead. Don't be such a big meanie butthead. You killed me? How impolite. I think this is unfortunately a problem that a lot of, especially white people, but people in general, have. We're in treating genuinely extreme bigotry as being just sort of like on the same level as basic, like, character flaws, right? And not treating it like the more extreme, abhorrent thing that it is. Yeah, like it's something that, like, makes a person hateful to their core in a way that, you know, having a bit of road rage doesn't. At least take me to dinner first. What is Oscar cooking? So we have Elfire over here. So we'll stay out of Elfire range, but I think Lathe can handle this group down here pretty well. Bum bum. Enemy phase. I'm gonna drink some water and get some. Yo, a crit. God, this enemy face is so long. I can't believe the animations. I can't believe the fucking animations got redeemed. I should not have made it $5. That's so miserable. Best $5 ever. It was such a bad choice on my part. Oh no, she's in range of the fire tome. Yo, look at this clown. He's forced to attack from one range. Get wrecked, mage. Yo, look at that level up. It's so good. Goodbye, Red Tormod. Here we go, boss. The real fighting starts now. Captain Kieran, Crimean Royal Knight, 5th Platoon, ready for duty. Look upon me and tremble. If these animations were a little bit faster without using emulator speed up, it'd be so much better. Yeah. I think the biggest frustration is they don't have combat forecast. Like, I think that's what bothers me the most, is like, no combat forecast. And they had it at one point. If you look at the beta screenshots, they had it at one point and they chose to remove it. Which, why? Why would they do that? What choice do I want to make today? What if we told our players less? I mean, fuck, there's people who defend the idea of hiding growth rates from the players. So, like, I don't know, you could probably find someone who says removing the battle forecast is actually good. I mean, fuck. They've got this setting. Want to see the coolest setting ever? There's no forecast! What if it was just vibes? What if everything was just fucking vibes? Nothing. You see nothing. Vibes mode. New donation incentive. Wait, that's such a good idea, though! I'm sure the archer will one-shot the flyer. What do you mean it doesn't? What should be the incentive for vibes mode? What should vibes mode cost? $30? Done. I'll edit it while enemy phase is playing out. I'll add the incentive. You've got yourself a fucking deal. $30 for vibes mode. $30. Vibes mode for one map. All forecasts are turned off. No math. Just fucking vibes. How else would you know anything? Does your unit kill aura? Anything else hype? I came for the clickbait. Please let me see the worst team ever. While enemy phase is playing out, I'll give you a little preview. Legitimately, my strongest units, aside from Titania, who doesn't count because, you know, it's Titania. Legitimately, my strongest units are fucking Mia and Rolf somehow. So that's... We had Boots Tormod, he fucking died. Lath is force deployed. Oscar, at the start of the stream, Oscar had 8 strength. He's gotten some strength level up since then, but he had 8 fucking strength. Both Jill and Marsha are super under-leveled because I gave all of my goddamn experience to Rolf and Mia. Alright, and chat paid for Oscar's personal weapon. The Rolf Good, a 1 might lance. Hell yeah, brother. 3 damage, give me fucking nothing! Don't forget Astrid. Oh, right! So we're using Astrid, but I took Paragon off her for Campbell. Yeah, so this is a stream where chat has the ability to pay to fuck me over, and they have done so. A lot. Pain Emblem. I mean, it's still Path of Radiance, so it's still chill because it's, you know, easy game moment. Pain Emblem. Such unique decisions. Every game of Path of Radiance is personalized, and this one has been personalized to repeatedly punch the player in the dick. I don't even have a dick. But somehow it finds a way. Life finds a way. The animations are so good and fun. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, but I hate the animations so much. They're so bad. It's my Joker moment. Oh yeah, the max weight iron sword. So many forges are just like, what if you paid extra money to make this worse? Yo, we got a crit though. Is it just me, or does Volk look like he has a fucking, like, twirly mustache? I know it's his mouth guard, he's wearing the COVID mask, but it looks like a twirly mustache in his animation. Don't forget next month, where it's paying money for a unit we can no longer deploy. Oh yeah, I have to make a forge for Tormod, even though he's fucking dead. Because I make good choices. Good life choices. Hey, my Oscar might have no strength, but at least he's, like, surprisingly bulky. Fucking low encoded. I hope Titania doesn't die. I didn't do the math. She's taking actual damage, which is not something I expected. I thought she would take 0 damage.
Here we go.
10 has just tipped $10. Please forge Volk a max crit min might iron sword.
So 10, thank you for your $10 donation. However, Volk cannot use swords. And you can't forge knives. So we can't actually make that for Volk. I can do it for a different character if you would prefer. Are there any training projects in FE7 you find worth it, despite the fact that the pre-promotes come later on? I mean, Heath If Heath counts as a training project, then Heath, because he isn't, you know, because he's a flyer, right? And your pre-promotes, that is a niche that you're missing until you get Vita. I donate that. I have no idea why my name showed up as 10. Probably, if I had to guess, what probably ended up happening was when entering in, like when typing in the amount of money as 10, you probably also accidentally typed that in as your name. Like sometimes just, especially if you're on, I don't know if you're on mobile or if you're on desktop, but if you're on mobile, that's something that happens a lot on mobile, where like you'll type it in for one area and then for whatever reason, the mobile phone like hiccups and decides like you typed it in and we're putting it in 2 areas instead. So if I had to guess, because it was a $10 donation, I would guess that. Can we do it for Mia instead? Yes. So I'm gonna ask, until we've got these 2 forges out of the backlog, not to have any more forged, because I still have to forge for Tormod next map. And then we'll make a, what is it, max crit minimum might sword for Mia. It'll be the super crit sword. But yeah, thieves in this game, they don't use swords, they use knives. I guess it's meant to make them, like, worse at combat, and it does make them worse at combat, but I don't know, it's weird to me. In other Fire Emblem games, they usually use swords, and they're just bad at combat because they have low strength. I guess they needed to give thieves big strength so they could steal a lot of stuff in this, right? Because your strength stat determines what you can steal. So I guess that's why. It still feels weird to me. But yeah, I'll make it for Mia. Do you have a name you want for the forge? I misremember that Volt can't use swords because it's been a while. Yeah, it's like, I think it's just Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. Until, like, Fates and Engage, when knives are like a real weapon type, whereas here they're like not a real weapon type. I guess even in Radiant Dawn, they're kind of a real weapon type. Like, they're not good long term, but like, Soth having knives is actually a big part of why he works as a Jagan. Because knives are actually like, I would say knives are actually like really desirable early game. It's just that later, knives are not. And it's because you can forge 1-2 range knives is what's so good about them. Mia's other armpit? Name it Needle. Gotcha. Name it Needle. Needle, needle, needle. Weedle twin needle. Visually speaking, even back in the GBA, they were clearly wielding knives in their sprites. They just decided that swords were good enough for gameplay purposes. That's fair, although I don't know. I think they could be seen as short swords. I think the GBA Thief animation very easily could be swords. Thracia and FE4, they're definitely using swords, like those animations. Can't even fucking two-shot. Mia, you've fallen off. I let you sit out 2 maps and now you're bad. Wait, is she gonna die? No, okay. I thought that was a mage. It was not a mage. Mia's other armpit is pretty funny. Let's go with that. That will not fit. That will not fit in the text box. We're limited to like 10 characters, I think. This is like the worst map in fucking... This is the worst map in the game. Probably. Because it doesn't end even if you route it. It literally will not end early no matter what you do. Even if you kill literally every enemy on the map, it just cycles through player phases until it's done. It's so cringe. Harm Pitu. It's a baffling choice. Path of Radiance has a lot of interesting choices. Because most defend maps will, like, end if you route them all. Even in this map, even in this game, the boat map, right? The defend map that's the 3 boats linked together. If you route that map, it ends early. But this one doesn't for some reason. I don't know why. The Harm Pit. One day, intelligent systems will make a good GameCube game. I was about to get defensive and say Radiant Dawn's good, but then I remembered it's not a GameCube game, so you're spared from my wrath. What's Thousand Year Door released on? GameCube. So, I guess made a good GameCube game. T2ID. Awesome. Anyone who likes T2ID, check out Escape from Ever After. I genuinely, unironically believe that it is better than T2ID as a T2ID clone. Or follow-up, or spiritual sequel, whatever you want to call them. I like Super Paper Mario on the Wii. It's okay to have wrong opinions. I think Super Paper Mario is ass. I think it's like one of the worst platformers I've ever played. These are the best animations I've ever seen. They're certainly the animations ever. They certainly do exist. I like it because you can play as Peach. I wish you could play as Peach in a good game, because Super Princess Peach and Princess Peach Showtime were both unfortunately incredibly fucking trash. And then I don't like Super Paper Mario. I'm a hater. I guess you can play as Peach in like the Mario sports games and the Mario Kart games and stuff, but like it's not the same. Mario Party. Oh wait, you can play as Peach in a good game! Super Mario Bros. 2, baby! Peach is playable in 3D World and Wonder. Yeah, those are both good games. Those are both good games. What about Peachette? Isn't Peachette the thing that, like, took over the internet's greatest fetish minds? All the fetish art was about Peachette for, like, 3 days, right? Jesus Christ, she still takes so much fucking damage. 7 defense, by the way. Look, we can steal with knives! It was Bowsette, which is non-canon. Ah, gotcha. Speaking of fetish art, and I want to be clear, when I say fetish art, that is a morally neutral term. I think, you know, fetish art, cool if you're into it, right? I'm not saying it in any sort of judgmental way. But I recently discovered, I think, the only good Twitter account in the world. And it's a guy who, verified, by the way, every single post on his Twitter account, this is not a gimmick account, this is like a guy's actual account. Like, it's, you know, him, his face is the profile picture and whatever, but he has turned his Twitter account into a gimmick account. Because every single post that he has since, Mario Wonder first got announced is him retweeting someone who posted Daisy fan art that they commissioned with the caption, "I like that fan art, but she's not an elephant, so I commissioned the same artist to make it Elephant Daisy." And then a picture of the art that he commissioned from the artist to redo it with Elephant Daisy. And that is literally every post that he did since Mario Wonder got announced. And then if you scroll down far enough, he's got regular tweets under that. He was using his regular ass Twitter account. But then he decided Elephant Daisy is so good that I'm transforming my account into a fetish gimmick account. And honestly, I think that's so based. The guy knows what he likes, yeah. Yeah. It's funny too, because like, all the artists clearly had fun with the idea. Like, there was one where the original art had Daisy sitting on a bridge. And so the elephantized version, the bridge collapsed because now she's an elephant and she fell into the water. It's very funny. Even a few of them were cosplays too, where it was someone cosplaying as Daisy, and then he commissioned them to cosplay Elephant Daisy instead. Elephant Daisy being Cognito Hazard is something I didn't expect to hear today. I don't know what that means. Have you played the Mario x Rabbids XCOM clone games? I've played the first one twice, and I enjoy it, but not enough to finish it. It was not enough to carry me throughout the entirety of the game. But I have played the first one, yes. I liked it enough to replay it. Just, you know, I didn't finish the game. I've heard the second one is a lot better. It's an idea from the SCP community. It's something dangerous to know and spread as knowledge. What is SCP? I'm learning all sorts of new words today. My friend on holiday purchased a Blahai for me because I can't get it where I work. Or can't get it where I live. Nice! That's awesome! I started playing a completely legitimate copy of Awakening recently on hard, and I want to kill myself because the ambush spawns. Hey, don't kill yourself! Kill the game designer, smiley face. Remember, kids, don't kill yourself. Kill the cause of your problems. I need to clarify that's a joke. You shouldn't actually kill anyone. Human life, and all life, is like, you know, fleeting and sacred and irreplaceable. Don't do murders. Like, just don't. What if I caused my problems? If you caused your problems, then you should go to therapy and figure out why you're causing problems for yourself and work through it, because clearly something is going on, and, you know, I don't think anyone wants to cause problems for themselves. What a wonderful map that forces me to hit end turn a second time. For no fucking reason.
What vextious wretches! I am overmatched! I cannot believe I'm saying this, but there is another way they're on. Retreat! Leave them to their prize!
Oliver, who the fuck are you talking to? Blast, Duke Tanas has escaped. What do you do, Ike? Shall we go and report back to the Apostle? We finally got Duke Tanas on the run. I don't intend to stop until we've captured or killed that monster. It's your choice. Commander, if the battle's gonna continue, I think we should get more reinforcements. Avoiding those human scum cost me time, but I've almost made it to the altar. Rayson, are you well? Tibarn, how did you... Neolucci told us everything. Oh, allow me to apologize. I left on my own without a word to you, and this is what happened. As long as you're unharmed, all is well. Let's go home. Please, give me a little time. I can't allow these humans to remain in the forest. I understand how you feel, but we're completely outnumbered. Let's wait for another day. Once I stand at the altar, I can take care of them. Every one of them. You can't mean... Are you thinking of using forbidden magic? Yes. I will sing those monsters the dirge of ruin. Are you mad? You mustn't! I can't allow it! With permission or without, I do what I must. It's retribution for genocide. Retribution for the forest! Rayson, you must not let yourself be ruled by despair. Each member of the Heron Tribe is an embodiment of balance. Do this and you warp your very existence. And that's what they all said. My family, my tribe, and then they died. The humans are drunk with joy. They laughed, they sang. They slaughtered us like livestock. My mother, my brother, my elder sisters, even my infant sister, Leanne, all killed in a single night.
Raisin. I know. This thing I intend to do brings dishonor to my house, and yet I cannot forgive. And their past actions weren't enough. They now violate the sanctity of the forest without a trace of regret. Cursed humans. I will never forgive them. Don't you think we understand that?
That's right! Prince Raisin, there's no need to reject your honor based on likes of them.
The tragedy of the herons, the horror and the pain of that night, lives on in all of us. Let's return to Phonexus and think of a plan. You're right, this will not stand. The power of the Hawk Nation is behind you. The humans will pay. As you wish. Enough already. Lay down your arms and surrender. We will not let you live. No, never. I am not giving up. I'm not finished yet. Out of my way, you penniless wretches. Our very existence is an insult to all that is beautiful. You really want my wealth and my beauty? Miserable curs. You reek of poverty and envy. Oh, but I understand your emotions. Yes, I do. How could you be sad vagabonds not want to be me? That's the last thing in the world. Silence! I'm not to be daunted by mean beggars such as you. In the name of the goddess, Oliver, Duke Otanas will smack your hideous evil. Twams, defend me with all the strength you possess. Oh, bring me the little bird that blew hell out is carrying. What, you want that idiot? Oh, please. Come here. Here they come. Combat formation, everyone. Alright, reinforcement time. Stefan is the correct choice, but Astrid is funnier, so we'll bring her. What does reinforce do? So it's a unique mechanic on just this map where you get new reinforcements with every phase. Astrid, let's go gambling! I learned it from Makalov. It's Makalover. Damn, Rolf, you suck. I like how they just made Cavaliers have good at all stats. Close to promotion, though. Rip Boyd. I believed in you. Okay, knock out this mage. Me when the high move unit is also the high everything else, while the 2-range footlock archer just has bad everything like Kaga intended. The harm pit. Making Cavaliers good in so many stats while being mounted was certainly a choice. Imagine if Marsha was actually a good unit. No! Has the Marsha bad propaganda made its way over to my channel? I was afraid of this. I was telling y'all that there's been a resurgence of Oscar and Marsha haters. They think they're safe now that the NSO version just came out.
Why is Marsha bad at take? I genuinely don't know. I think it's mostly just like because she starts slightly underleveled in chapter 9, but then like those same people will turn around and say like Tormod's not all that underleveled, despite being level 8 fucking 6-7 chapters later. Do people in Alinthia's army tell her to ditch Makarov, or do they just leave her to her fate? I don't think Astrid has any real friends. I think they all just leave her to her fate, unfortunately. Six, 7. Old person spotted. Young people know that 6-7 is not a funny meme anymore. It's an old person meme now. I am, in fact, in my 30s. What's the new funny number? There doesn't always have to be a funny number. But the new funny number is 12. I've decided. You're right, the Wyvern does look high as shit, though. 89? Is that true, or are you lying? God damn it, the armpit didn't save him. Long live Crimea, Princess Alintia, may fortune smile upon you. I'm tempted to leave him dead, but like it's turn 1. We'll fucking do it. We'll fucking do it. We'll fucking save his goddamn pansy ass. $89 hit is basically 50 hit. I mean, y'all see Boyd is still struggling with accuracy. I left Tempest on him, that's why. How's Final Fantasy going? Do I have this marked as Final Fantasy by accident? Or are you asking about my series marathon? I finished FF4 recently, and I fucking loved it. I am recording the FF4 video. I am approximately 2.5 hours into it, and I'm on the Tower of Babel. So it's gonna be a unfortunately quite long video. The first Tower of Babel segment, for anyone who's wondering. Jurgay, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you here on twitch.tv/Danny Doyle. Damn, these hit rates are all awful. But yeah, I've got a lot to say. I've got a lot to say about FF4. There's this Twitch stream, but chat is more poppin' here. You can see both. If it makes a difference, you can see both streams together. Because I've got the thing on the side. But yeah, people tend to be more active in YouTube chat. I do wish people were more active in Twitch. Mostly because, like, I've got the custom emojis there. But yeah, 4 was really good. I haven't started 5 yet. I want to finish my 4 video before starting 5. I'm also playing Bravely Default. I'm replaying Bravely Default. Because my wife started playing Bravely Default 2 and it reminded me of how fucking good Bravely Default is. And since, from my understanding, FF5 is the first, like, true job system game, and so I don't want to play that alongside my Bravely Default replay. So I'm kind of, like, using that as an excuse to delay as well. I'm near the end of chapter 4 of the Bravely Default replay, for anyone who knows. So, you know, things speed up after that. Because then you have all the jobs unlocked and your builds start getting online, and I'm gonna do all the side quests, right? But it's just, it speeds up. Bravely Default is a love letter Final Fantasy IV. Or Final Fantasy V, yeah. Yeah, that's my understanding, is that, like, no mainline Final Fantasy really did the job system aside from 5. 3, like, has a job system, but it's different, and it's worse in my opinion. What are your favorite Bravely setups? I mean, it depends on the game. Okay, here's, I guess, a question to judge whether my chat is based or cringe. Is Bravely Second the best game in the series or the worst game in the series? Because if you say worst, we can still be friends, but I'll side-eye you. Bravely Second is my favorite. And I don't think it's even close. Like, I think it's the perfection. But, what I've currently got going on is Agnes is my pure damage set, oh fuck, Jill died. God, this is tragic. Agnes, I decided, I know that they each specialize in stats, but I decided to say, fuck that, the differences don't really matter. So I have Agnes in my pure damage build. She's, a ninja right now. Oh, right. I have to reinforce every time or they won't show up. She's a ninja right now, but I had her in, like, monk earlier. She's basically in all of the classes that just benefit off of basic attacks. And then Tiz, I'm going for level 14 freelancer, which I haven't done before. So Tiz is currently a level 13 freelancer, and he's mostly been doing that. He's got level 11 in monk, because the plan is pressure point mimic spam. So he's got 11 monk, so he can do pressure point stuff. And Ring-a-Bell is my support unit. So he's been doing stuff like Dancer, the item class, whose name I can't remember, the really, really good one, with medicine. And then Idea is a knight slash white mage slash spirit master. Basically, I'm having, because in the early game, there's a lot of bosses that really only do single target attacks. So I had her in knight for protect ally. And then, like, because your weapon ranks don't matter for magic stuff, I would just, like, give her staves and have her do, like, restorative stuff instead. But now, like, towards the end of chapter 4, Knight is a lot worse, so she's pivoting into Templar, which wasn't the intention at first, but I actually kind of like that has, like, accidentally made her in her father's class. Like, I think it's nice gameplay story stuff that I accidentally did. So now she's, like, Spirit Master Templar. Templar is just a sub job. Like, it is not a good main job. But, you know, with Ring-a-Bell, as a BP battery, she can pretty easily do, what is it, Bulwark? Whatever the thing is that, like, blocks a physical attack. Because every fucking attack is a physical attack in Bravely Default. It's so stupid. But I've been making use of basically every job. Because I think they're all good in their own ways. Except for, like, I mean, even Summoner. I have some Summoner levels on Ring a Bell. Just so that when grinding, Summoner's a really good way to grind. And then, like, Black Mage is good in the early game, even though it sucks long term. I only played Bravely Default 2 and only for 3 hours because I got bored. That's fair. I think it's like, I honestly think the Bravely series is the best, like, traditional RPGs or JRPGs or whatever term you want to use for them, have ever been. Like, I think the combination of the job system and the Brave/default system just open up so many more possibilities. But, you know, it's not for everyone. It definitely takes a little bit of getting used to, especially the braving and defaulting stuff, because jobs are pretty straightforward, and they ease you into them quite well. I think Brave and Default is not tutorialized super well, but I also don't know how they really could. You know, to be fair. It was in a non-turn-based era of my life. Yeah, Bravely Default 2, I feel like, had the ingredients to be the best Bravely Default game, but I think it's probably my least favorite, personally. It's still really good. I like its approach to ATB, like adding ATB into that, but like not making it actually timing-based, and instead have speed be a thing, but unfortunately, I felt like there's less opportunity to do interesting stuff with the specific jobs BD2 has, and it just becomes like, it's the Final Fantasy III problem of, like, there's a correct team composition, whereas I think the other Bravely games, even though you can say certain jobs are, like, the best job in the game, like, I think the medicine job, is the best job in Bravely Default. And Bravely Second, is the baker job or whatever. No, Catmancer. Even though you can have certain jobs be, like, the best one in the game, there's so much flexibility and whatnot where there's not really, like, any best builds, and every job, even, like, Summoner and Conjurer, which are the, like, traditionally garbage jobs, have use cases, right? Cat plus Baker. Yeah, Cat Baker are good. Adia was my items beam queen. I mean, that's the other thing is, like, on certain jobs, I've trained multiple characters in them in my current playthrough. Like, I got high-level medicine on both Ring a Bell and Adia, because, and this is what I really like about Bravely Default, is Bravely Default and Bravely Second, and to a lesser extent, this is also true of Bravely Default 2, but I think Bravely Default 2 is the game where it is least true. Depending on what boss fight you're up against, different things are going to, like, your you're not going to use the same build against every boss fight. Unless you've done one of those, like, Omega Cheese builds, like Valkyrie, Jump, Hasten World stuff. Or against bosses that only attack once per turn, the 4 ninjas thing works against them, right? If they only have physical attacks. The only real JRPG I touched was Octopath 1. Octopath's another phenomenal series, made by the same team, by the way. Which is why they've got, like, so many similarities in that, like, it's got a job-esque system, but it's not as customizable, and it has a BP system, but instead of it being multiple turns, it powers up your actions. So it has a ton of mechanical overlap, and that's not a coincidence. Did I remember to reinforce? Because that's the thing I hate, is you have to remember to reinforce. I don't think I remembered to reinforce. I hate how Fire Emblem is the only tactical RPG I was able to get into. I think the problem with RPGs, JRPGs, whatever you want to call them, I try to avoid using the term JRPG because I know some Japanese devs have talked about how they don't like that term because they found it offensive and racist, especially in like the early 2000s when it was used like as a derisive term. And it is like a little bit weird how a genre of video games is labeled as, you know, associated with Japan specifically. Just because, like, some of the more popular ones were made from them. But there's also, like, I struggle to find a term that also, like, meaningfully captures the idea I'm trying to get across when I say JRPG. Because, you know, I can say traditional RPG, but I don't necessarily think that fits it. And, like, you can say turn-based RPG, S.E. Jackson suggesting, but then the other thing is that, like, I mean, Baldur's Gate is turn-based, and that's a very different idea than, you know, what you think of when you think of JRPG, right? Old school RPG kind of works. Same energy as boomer shooter, though, which I don't really care for. And I also think, like, I wouldn't describe Bravely Default as old school, right? Menu simulator? Well, so, and that's what was gonna get into, is the idea that, I think, unfortunately, a lot of the giants in the JRPG genre are not good examples of, like, how the game can, how the genre can be done well. Because I've had, unfortunately, so I guess I'll, like, spoil a little about the FF4 video. I don't like the gameplay. I really don't. Loved the story. Phenomenal story. The gameplay's really bad. And I've had, you know, complaints about other RPGs, stuff like Super Mario RPG. Oh, they're here. They're here. They're here. Oh dear, is anyone injured? Let me attend to them. As a fellow citizen of Begnion, I find the situation deplorable. Repent now if you like. Your time grows short. Yo, a kill for Astrid. Non-Paragon Astrid is so sad. But yeah, I think so, like, I really didn't like Super Mario RPG. I made a, back in the day, I made a review of it, right? Where I talked about why. And between that and my community posts about not liking Final Fantasy IV's final boss, I've gotten a lot of comments from people who say, like, the complaints you have about, like... Basically, I think that if the depth of your RPG is, like, click attack until the enemy dies, you've made a bad RPG, right? And in the FF4 video, I'm going to sort of examine, the two ways in which I believe, RPGs can create gameplay depth beyond just click attack, click potions. Because I think that there can be depth in the actual battle. And you see this in, like... I mean, fuck, you see this in Pokemon, right? Where there's more than just the attack button. You know, you use your different elemental attacks to hit weaknesses. You switch as your enemy reveals, like, what Pokemon they have. You might switch to who you have or whatnot. And then there's the idea of the preparation phase, right? Like, even if what you do in the battle itself is relatively simple, coming up with the strategy before the fight begins is where the depth comes in. And the examples I'm gonna pull in the FF4 video are specifically Pokemon and Paper Mario, and I'm choosing them because they are incredibly simple games, and they're incredibly easy games, right? And I don't want to give the impression that I think for an RPG to have, like, an amount of depth that is actually enjoyable, it needs to be this super complex, like, Civ 5 level thing, or incredibly hard, like, Dark Souls type deal, right? What's your gauge at? Your gauge is enough. Okay. So you will do this. I think that in Paper Mario, you know, oftentimes you only have one or two commands and you just use them until the enemies die. But the depth of that system is choosing what badges to equip and what partners to bring. Most of the interesting choices in Paper Mario happen before any fight begins. And so, you know, I'll have because I'll be scripting it, it'll be, like, better communicated than what I just said. But that's kind of my general thoughts, is that, like... Okay, we'll heal you. The problem I have with, like, FF4, right, is, for the most part, you're just clicking the same commands with each character, you know. Cecil and Yang are always attacking. You always jump with Kane. You know, that sort of thing. You don't get to choose your team composition. Apparently you can on the PSP port, which is an interesting idea, I think. But not the version that I played, you know? And even in terms of, like, gear, right? It's all linearly scaling. There's no reason to use the lower level gear. So it just sort of becomes a game without any depth. Difficulty is not a substitute for interesting choices. Yeah, I think the other thing is that, like, a lot of JRPG fans will... Yo, Vantage coming in useful for Mia for the first time in recorded history! I think a lot of JRPG fans confuse something taking a lot of grinding with difficulty. Grinding is not a difficult thing. It's a test of your patience, more than anything. If you have to grind for like 1,000 hours to defeat a super boss, that's not a hard super boss if all you're doing is clicking attack. It just took a lot of grinding, right? Yeah, I think And I think that sometimes there can be difficult bosses that you can overcome by grinding until you're over-leveled, and I think that's fine. But if there's no, you know, strategy to allow you to fight a boss other than... If the solution to the problem is you gotta go grind, that's not a difficulty. That's not a measure of difficulty that's happening. That's just wasting hours of the only life you will ever have. I'm late. What map are you on? This is chapter 17-4. Because Path of Radiance is this really weird thing where chapter 17 is split into a bunch of like mini parts. We're just sort of inching along. FF6 has similar issues, but there's so many great characters it feels more varied. I don't wanna misrepresent myself, I guess. Because I've talked very negatively about FF4's gameplay, and I do think its gameplay is pretty bad. But there's a reason that the video is 2.5 hours and it's not even done. And it's not just me shagging off the gameplay. I think FF4 is a phenomenal game, specifically because of the story elements. There's so much of that story that I love. And some of it is, like, I recognize that some of it is me what I'm adding into it. Because one of the things that I go into is I really like Edward. Specifically as a, disabled character in the second half of the game. He's never explicitly labeled as such, and I don't think it was an intentional thing, but so much of his story in the second half of his story reads like a disabled character, and I think, you know, that reading is, while bringing some stuff that might not have been intended by the writers, it's still really valuable. You know, they're still going at it over there. Shall we go around? I suppose so. Two human armies bashing each other's brains out. I wonder what they're after. Ah! And there's that sound again. Brayson, are you doing that? No, I suppose not. The forest is whispering something. King Gabar, Prince Mason, look over there! Eh? Huh? The blue-haired human is carrying something on his back. No, it can't be. Is that another heron? But that's not. I think some of the humans might be fighting to protect the heron. It's against my nature, but I shall aid them. Janaf Loki, to me! Right, yes, sir. Debarn, please allow me to go with you. If you forswear the forbidden magic, you may come. Agreed. I like how Green Unit Racing just fucking runs away. He doesn't know what to do, he just runs away. You mean like the metal cave? Yeah, the Dark Elf, during the Dark Elf section, yeah. Yeah, they don't know what to do. They're like, I can't do anything. Oh shit, Hulky's gonna actually fucking die. He ran into the bow cave. Help, I need an adult. Is this a steel lance? So, Ileana, can you, like, do anything? Get a crit, please? Didn't get a crit. Didn't get a crit. Okay, be killed with a sword perf. I don't hate it anywhere near as much as FF7's. I'm surprised, because I hear everyone say FF7's like the greatest game of all time. I'm surprised to hear any FF7 slander, because I hear so much like glazing about it. No, I don't want to know anything about it, because I'm trying to go into these, like, you know, blind. Or as blind as I can be, right? So that's not like, you know, an invitation to tell me or whatever, right? But I find it interesting, right? To hear that. I'm sure there's people who dislike it, though. You know, there's people who dislike all of them. I've been anticipating FF7 because it'll be interesting. Either, you know, a video of how have I never played this game until now, or, like, on the other end of things, the video of why does everyone like this game so much? Like, it'll have to be one or the other, right? It's nostalgia, but 7 is good for when it came out. Yeah, I don't really buy the, like, good for its time thing. It feels like a very dismissive way to talk about it, too. Because, like, I'm of the opinion that, like, good art is good regardless of the time it came out. I'm doing a thing. My in-laws got me a top 100 highest rated movies on IMDb thing. And so I'm watching all of them this year. Many of them I've never seen before. Despite being like a big movie head, I really like movies. And so I'm probably gonna make an Ice Rider video about them. Shoutouts to Ice Rider, subscribe if you're not. That's 24. But the reason I bring this up is I just watched Casablanca for the first time. Goddamn phenomenal movie. Not good for its time. Like, just a good fucking movie, despite being one of the oldest films I've seen. Similarly, oh fuck, what's that? It's the murder movie? Something, Sunset Boulevard. Sunset Boulevard, very fucking good movie, right? Not good for its time, just good. Just a good movie, right? I think that there can be art that you can acknowledge is, like, foundational and was very important, but has aged poorly. And I would say that is how I feel about Citizen Kane, which I think is actually quite a bad movie. But it was also the first movie to, like, it solidified most cinematic language we have right now, right? And so I think it deserves respect on that level. But I think you can also, you know, and obviously it's subjective, right? There's probably people out there who think Citizen Kane still holds up, and that's fine for them. But I think, you know, it's fair to give a film or any work of art its respect that it deserves, while also not pretending that it's beyond reproach because it's old, right? Because I think that's disrespectful to old pieces of art that have aged incredibly well, right? And to bring us back to FF4, right? Like, the idea that the gameplay is not great, but, like, you know, it's of its time, so it's good for its time or whatever. Or Final Fantasy VII, the one that you said, you know, good for its time. You know, I've played a ton of NES, SNES, and PS1 games that, like, are still good. No caveats, not for its time. Like, they're just fucking good, right? The Boots investment. Yeah, he died. He died. He ripperonied in pepperoni. It is unfortunate. Let's fucking get you to safety, though, y'all. Chrono Trigger. Yeah, like, even if we just want to stick to the RPG genre, even though Chrono Trigger was a game that I couldn't finish when I did a playthrough of it, I got bored. Oh fuck, he's still in media range. He has a million res, it'll be fine. Chrono Trigger, I think, is a great example, because it's not even like... Because I was gonna say, like, Fire Emblem, right? I think that, you know, the SNES Fire Emblems have aged very well. Well, 3 and 5, I think, have. I think 4 has aged pretty poorly, actually, but that's... It's in the FF4 situation, where its story is sort of the thing people emphasize. But, yeah, Chrono Trigger is a SNES game that, like... I played the DS remake because I was playing it at work, so I needed to have it mobile, and I don't want to do, you know, like, mobile emulation, because you get the ugly touchscreen, right? But from my understanding, the SNES remake doesn't, or the SNES version isn't all that different. So, like, I guess that's a great example. I would even, I mean, again, I brought up Paper Mario and Pokemon. Those are very old games. Those are, you know, PS1 era, even though they're on Nintendo consoles. And, like, while Pokemon is, you know, a children's game, very easy, and you can just, like, you know, power level your starter and spam A button to win or whatever. It's an RPG with a lot of depth. Like, Pokemon has a lot of depth to it. Its systems. It's just they're not utilized within the single-player game, right? For a variety of reasons. Jabart! Oh, sorry, Janaf doing war crimes. We're not getting that fucking adept scroll, are we? We're not getting Nosferatu. The Hawks are coming to Hawk Tua. They heard about the Hawks. They showed up with the bows. Tabarn looks like an A-tier unit. A-tier Tabarn moment. My favorite example of the game that has aged well, even though it's an extremely simple, are the first Yeast games. Falcom really wanted to make an accessible RPG for beginners in the 80s, and it shows. I haven't played any Yeast games. I haven't played, I think for the most part, the sort of like classic series are ones that I haven't played. Like, I haven't played Final Fantasy, but would you believe that I've also never played any Dragon Quest? Asterix, I played about 12 hours of Dragon Quest 11, but then I moved across the country, and I was without my computer for 2 weeks, and then by the time I got the computer back, I'd just sort of forgotten. You ever take a break from a playthrough, and then it's too long of a break, and you're never gonna get back to it? That's what happened to me with Dragon Quest 11. So I've thought, you know, like, if the Final Fantasy series does well, which the FF1 video did well, I'm concerned the FF2 video will probably fucking fail. I don't think it'll have the same momentum as the FF1 video. But if the FF series does well, you know, I might do Dragon Quest next year. I say next year as if the FF marathon's going to only take me a year. Dragon Quest 1 through 3 are my favorite trilogies of games ever. I played 5 minutes of Dragon Quest 1 to get footage for the FF4 video, because I wanted footage of an old RPG to go over my voiceover of saying something about like spamming the attack command or something. Or no. I was explaining the ATB system, and I was like, traditionally it's turn-based, and I was like, what's a good old RPG that's not FF1? Oh, Dragon Warrior 1. So I had some Dragon Quest 1, the SNES remake footage of just like fighting a slime. And I couldn't do Earthbound or Super Mario RPG because those footage were used at a different point when I was talking about like spicing up turn-based combat with action commands or the health tick down that Earthbound does. So like Dragon Warrior just felt like a straightforward, also very easy to get footage of, because you just get immediately fucking launched into the action. So it's very easy to get combat footage without having to wade through like long cutscenes or shit. We cooking! I love Yeast, I really do. I only play the older titles, I never finished Yeast 4. What are some other, like, classic RPG series? Trails is one, right? I've never played Trails. I've played Mother 3 and Earthbound, but I thought maybe doing a Mother trilogy thing would still be fun. Like a marathon, them as a marathon, you know, would still be fun. Shin Megami Tensei. I've played Persona 5. That's the only SMT game I've played. And I do consider it an SMT game because it's, you know, it's a spin-off, right? In the same way TMS is a Fire Emblem game. You know, it is even though it isn't, if that makes sense.
Jill does not want to fucking get HP. Jesus Christ, Rolf sucks so much dick. The most mainstream RPGs are Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Most of the PC98 library is untranslated. Yeah, I'm wishy-washy about using fan translation stuff for like an RPG retrospective series. Because it's a genre that, at least supposedly, is so story-focused that to an extent, it feels like a fan translation is not going to give the, like, intended experience. Especially since oftentimes fan translations can be of, like, questionable quality. Granted, there's also sometimes that fan translations are just better than the official localizations. Shoutouts to the English version of Final Fantasy IV. I'm sorry, Final Fantasy II rolls eyes. Which is so fucking horribly translated, it ruins it. Not to mention the mechanical compromises they made as well. Cause they cut a lot of features. Is Ileana about to fucking die? LOL mages! The Mage Massacre! Ulki, get revenge for Hungry Girl! One rounded by a GBA soldier. Didn't the SNES localization of FF4 remove Cecil's Darkwave skill? It removed a lot of things, because they were afraid of offending Christians. Darkness was removed. Prey was removed. Focus and Gird were removed. Edward's, like, potion split ability got removed. Recall got removed.
they removed so much stuff from the English translation that they actually used the English translation for a base for the FF4 Easy type, which was meant to be a more simplified version of FF4 for Japanese audiences. And it is often, so it's often reported the other way around, as like they based the English version off of Easy type, because the Easy type came out before the English translation, but they developed the English translation first and used it for Easy type. So even though, you know, from when it came out, right, Easy type was the first one to come out. Like, it was actually based on, you know, it was based the way that I said. It was, yeah. I didn't even know Easy type existed. Yeah, it was meant to be a more simplified version of it, which, like, in fairness, like, it was. It removed a bunch of commands that, like, because it sounds like that's a lot of stuff that got cut, but most of those are actions that are, like, not good. Recall is awful. Prayer is awful. Darkness is useful, but I think Darkness's biggest, like, contribution is just the story element, right? Darkness is good for the story stuff, right? But, like, Prayer is bad, Recall is bad, basically everything that got removed is bad, except for, Porum's ability where he boasts is actually really good, but Palom's Cry is bad. Or no, I got them reversed. Porum is the girl, Palom is the boy. So Palom's boast is good, and that got removed. But everything else that got removed was basically, like, who cares? FF4 is already so simple by modern standards, it's strange to want an even simpler one. Yeah, but it was meant for kids, right? And so removing commands that are unnecessary makes it easier for kids. Like, I get that as adults, as, like, you know, gamer TM or whatever, we are inclined to say, like, that's kind of silly, but I genuinely think that's, like, it was a good thing. I think it was good. I think making a version of a game with, like, a story that they want to share with everyone for kids is good. I just think that the removing of Darkness was bad because, you know, Darkness was a good. Bye, Janaf. Oh, he dodged! Darkness had, like, a story reason for existing. Ouch! Pull back, Janaf. You've nothing to prove. I'll not forgive if you go and get yourself killed. I'm ashamed. Nice final unpromoted level, Ike. That's why they had forecast removal in this. Yeah, because fuck the kids. Forecast removal is the ultimate fuck them kids button. Why do they still playing the dying animation when Janaf fled? He fled to the afterlife. Hey dipshits, come like mess with my dudes. Selling easy mode separate is really alien by modern standards. Yeah, it's definitely like, I don't think they should sell easy mode separately. But I will say it's not like the Pokemon Red Blue thing. Easy type was developed. Uh-oh. Easy Time was developed afterwards, so it's not like they... You know, it was SNES, right? They couldn't fucking patch it into the game, right? But it is like, you know, it's not something I think we should do modern day, right? I think easy modes should exist. I think especially if a game has a focus on story, right? The more people who can experience that story, the better, in my opinion. I don't think a game's difficulty should stop you from engaging with its messages and themes. We broke the Mia's armpits! r/Mia's armpits has been banned from Reddit. Is that the Adept guy? Did we just lose Adept? I think we just lost Adept. Yo, we're about to lose Oliver. You're savages. You are a blight on the world and you must die. Listen to me, you boars. You cannot possibly understand the pursuit of beauty. You're savages. You are a blight on this world and you must die. Oh! Oliver down! Oliver down! Wait, he lives! The Nosferatu saved him! The Nosferatu saved him! Unfortunately, I don't think we can get anyone over there. Well, it was a short-lived... it was a short-lived Nosferatu moment. Also, it looks like we have a spam bot on Twitch. This is why I feel like maybe I'll stop streaming on Twitch. It's just like not really worth it. I get very few viewers. And we get fucking scam bots, right? Top 5 hype viewers online. Oh boy. Shadow Morcali. You're banned. Yo! Wait! He's saved! But I didn't move anyone, so now we can't take advantage of it again! I just have to hope that Tabarn goes for the general instead. You'd be surprised how many Celeste fans go out of their way to shame people for assist mode. Yeah, I fucking hate that shit. It's like you say, way to miss the point of the game, loser! Twitch was useful for the one time YouTube wasn't having a good day. That's true. It's a nice one to keep on the back burner. I just kind of hate the spam bots. God, Rolf, such a fucking joke. I think difficulty should be down to the developer. Do you think your game is better focusing on one intended experience or giving players options? I disagree. I think that it's always better to have more difficulty modes. I think that, in an ideal world, right? I mean, in an ideal world, rather than labeling easy, medium, hard, they should let you scale different elements of the game. The modern Tomb Raider games do a good job of this, where you can set a difficulty for, like, climbing, puzzles, yeah, different stuff, right? Combat, like gunplay. But I also think, like, ideally, a game should have an intended difficulty labeled. I think the intended level of difficulty the developer has should be marked as such. Because one thing that, like, grinds my gears like nothing else is looking at a menu, seeing, like, 7 difficulty options, like, super baby, baby mode, easy, medium, hard, extra hard, hardcore, amazing hard. And none of that means shit to me. What did the developer want me to play on, right? Is it medium? I mean, that is technically, like, the middle, but that might not be what it's designed on, right? I think just labeling a difficulty as, like, because oftentimes they'll give descriptions, but the descriptions will be like, this is for manly men. This is for babies who just want the story. Difficulty modes that shame you for picking them is also fucking obnoxious. Like, why did you put it in the game if you just want to yell at people for it, right? But I think, the Nosferatu. I think, if you mark a difficulty as the intended difficulty, then I think most people are going to gravitate towards that. Oh, I cannot fall here. It cannot be such a loss to beauty. I think if something is marked as, like, this is the intended experience, the majority of people are going to gravitate towards that, right? And if they find the intended experience to be too easy or too hard, they can adjust accordingly. But I think most people will start with that. Also, this is the other thing that grinds my gears. Difficulty modes that do not allow you to change midway through, or only allow you to lower it but do not let you raise it. Oh, that fucking boils my goat. Oh, that fucking boils my goat. And people will say, like, oh, but it's gotta be tied to achievements. What if someone got the hard mode achievement just by playing on easy mode and then switching to hard for the final boss? First off, who fucking cares? Achievements are imaginary. It doesn't matter anyway. But second, it's very easy to just make an achievement be played the entire game on hard or higher without changing the difficulty, right? I've played games that do that. The Last of Us does that. The Last of Us has achievements for its highest difficulties that are just, like, played through the entire game on I think it's brutal without ever lowering the difficulty, right? Like, that's super easy to implement. And that way, if somebody wants to have their, like, fancy pants achievements, but also, like, I think achievements are dumb. I think, like, who cares if someone else got the achievement that you got? It's not a competition. I don't want my goat boiled. There's so many better ways to cook goat. It's you. On your back. Who is it you carry? Oh, the girl? She may be somebody you know, but... How is this possible? How did you survive all this time? Leanne, do you know who I am? That's right. You remember my name. Have you been here yourself for all these years? The forest protected her. Kept her asleep for so long. There's no way to express my gratitude. You there, Bjork. Me? I am Tabarn, King of Phonexus. Since the loss of their homeland, the Serenus family has been under my guardianship. Who are you and why do you aid the Herons? My name is Ike. I'm the commander of the Ground Mercenaries. I'm under the orders of the Empress, the Apostle Soniki, to protect the Herons. The Empress of this country wants to protect the Herons? Huh, that's an interesting tale. The Herons were blamed for the assassination of the last Empress. They were massacred on hearsay. And now their ancestor wants to help? Touching. The Empress Soniki knows the Herons are not murderers, and now she's trying to atone for the crimes of her people. No, I cannot believe that. Pathetic apologies and half-baked platitudes are easily spoken. Humans burned Serenus Forest. I killed my family. Cannot trust one who allies himself with them. Please withhold judgment until you speak with the apostles. She's waiting at the edge of the forest. The apostles here? So, you were the apostle? I am. I'm sorry. I'm ignorant as to what words of contrition would be appropriate to one of the Heron tribe. And yet I stand before you as a representative of my people. From the depth of my heart, I apologize to you. I am sorry, so truly sorry. Empress Soniki, what are you doing? You're the apostle, you cannot bend your knee to another. Peace, let her speak her heart. I'm sorry. Shibba-dabba-dabba-dabba. Leanne? Shibba-dabba-boop-ba-loop-boop. What is it you want? Are you telling me to stand? You... Shibba-doop-ba-doop-ba-loop-boop. Leanne. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-la-ba-look-a-look-a-la. Leanne, you cannot ask me to forgive them. You were asleep. You don't know what these humans did to us. Do you know? That's right. Everyone is gone. That's why I can't release my hatred. I understand, if that's how you feel. Apostle Soniki, we accept your apology. We may not be able to release our hatred of Bjork, but you need not let the fate of Serenus Forest trouble you any longer. You're absolved of that guilt. Thank you. That was well done. Yes. My Lord Ike, what will happen now? Heron's sibling said there'd be some sort of ceremony, but I don't know what that entails. You there, Bjork mercenaries! Prince Racing wants all of you to come to Serenus' altar. The presence of Princess Crimea and the Apostles also requested. Altar? Just come with me, it's this way. Empress Soniki, Commander Sigrun? Let us go. Very well. Let's hurry, Ike! Right. And then we get a CG cutscene.
Mist, isn't that Mother's song?
Not quite. But it is close. Ike, look! Up there!
I'm glad the Heron's got the forum back. SerenusForest.com/Herons.
It's incredible!
Lord of the Forest. He's returned.
If only reforestation was this easy in real life. To be fair, no one has tried singing at the dead forests. No one has tried this, so it might be. We don't fucking know. That was excellent. It's so beautiful. The Serenus Forest, beloved by the goddess, is alive once more. You spoke so well earlier, Empress Soniki. You fill my heart with pride. One of her 2 gay moms. Just give me a moment. We got so many pride screenshots today. Here now, none of that. This is no place for tears. I'm sorry, I'm just so happy. Ah, excellent. The gap between Lugus and Bjork has been bridged. I think this may be enough. What's wrong, Soren? You look so grim. What are you looking at? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Soren looks grim because he saw what happened to the last 2 mages, and he's worried that someone's gonna force deploy him and he'll fucking die next chapter. Wait, Soren, what in the world is wrong with him? Well, that's it for this stream. We just did all of chapter 17. We just basically 4 chapters. So yeah. Goodbye, gamers.